Good evening. I call to order this regular meeting of the Carrabelle City Commission. It's Thursday, May 5th, 2022, 6 p.m. This meeting is being conducted in the Carrabelle City Hall chambers, and we will open with a prayer by Commissioner Allen, and then I will lead with a Pledge of Allegiance. So please stand.
Our God and Father in heaven, we're so grateful that we live in a community where we can come together and discuss our differences, hopefully come to unanimous decisions and keep peace in our families. He has to be with our heart tonight that we might be open and minded and freely listen to everything that's being said so that our decisions will be top-notch and fine. And we ask this in the name of your Son and our Savior, Jesus. Amen.
Amen.
I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Good evening and welcome to everyone. Thank you for silencing your phones. Members of the public this evening wishing to speak during this meeting will have 4 opportunities to speak. Immediately following the ex parte communications disclosure, immediately following the Twin Rivers city staff and private counsel testimonies, immediately following the Twin Rivers city staff and private counsel rebuttal, and finally, for those of you who wish to speak on the topics, any topic that is not included on this agenda tonight or not included in our discussions, you will be able to speak under our normal public comment section. Okay, now, at each opportunity, individual members of the public will be allowed a one-time, 3-minute visit to the podium after being recognized by me. Members of the public must complete a speaker card for each time they wish to speak and submit your speaker card to the administrative staff, and I hope you have already done this. The professional witnesses that are here tonight, rest assured that you will have adequate time to testify and present your case. Please, everyone, remember that outbursts, loud comments, sidebar conversations will not be tolerated. Everyone must be recognized by me to speak. This includes the members of the public, the professional witnesses, city staff, and the commissioners. Witnesses and members of the public must approach the podium to speak. If the members of the public cannot follow these rules, you will be required to leave the premises. Recesses will be called as needed. So, do we all have this good understanding? Does everyone have a good understanding? All right, then we'll proceed with the first order of business, and that is the consent agenda, and that is for the April 7th, 2022 regular commission meeting minutes. Have all the commissioners read those minutes? Have you all had a chance to review?
Motion to approve.
All right, thank you very much. And we have that motion by Commissioner Melander, second by Commissioner Mathis. Is there any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? And that motion carries. Next, we move to the commissioner reports. And Commissioner Brown, do you have anything for us?
Not at this time.
Okay. Commissioner Allen?
Not this time either.
And Commissioner Mathis?
I have nothing.
Okay. Commissioner Melander?
Not at this time.
All right. And I always have a report, but I've made mine very short this evening. Because we'll have plenty on the agenda, and I'll catch up next week. But I want to let y'all know, with the approval of the commissioners, I am requesting the Crooked River Lighthouse Association to provide a monthly written report to this board every month regarding the construction progress of the Carrabelle recreational equipment, progress of the lighthouse tower repairs and painting project, and upcoming events and meetings and needs and the likes. We get reports from the Carrabelle Waterfront Partnership and all of our other ancillary volunteer boards, and I would like to have a report on what's happening out at the lighthouse, if that's all right with the commissioners.
I will make a motion to approve.
Okay,
Do we need that?
but if we agree in principle, we can do that. Okay. And also, I'm delighted to advise the commissioners that on April 25th, the Carrabelle General Fund made the last and final payment of outstanding funds owed to the CRA. And this finding will be removed from the September 2022 financial statement. And I want to thank staff for working with us over these years to get that done. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, now we'll move to the attorney's report.
Okay, I have two quick items. One is the cemetery. The transfer agreement and deed were on the school board's agenda last week. I've asked for the documents back. I believe they were approved. I don't have that fully confirmed, but I've not heard anything to the contrary. As soon as I have those, I'll get them to the commission for kind of final review, and that'll be in place, and we can move ahead on expansion there. The other issue is the aid agreement for the volunteer fire department. That was on the, we had worked out the agreement with the assistance of our chief and the county attorney. The county considered and signed the aid agreement, very straightforward, the one in your package. And so we would want to take action on that. And again, there's the fees and charges and things in there that were agreed to by us to provide that service to the Lanark service area. Then there was one other issue that's a wrinkle, which is a deed. The county is asking for a deed from us of that property, and the reason why is that back in 2008, we, as part of the, I think, the utility takeover, took ownership of that property, and we deeded it to the volunteer fire department. And that deed had a reverter provision in it, which if that property, if the volunteer fire department ever ceased to exist, stopped operating, that it would revert to the city, the property, automatically. And the county's position is, well, that has happened. So they're asking for a deed from us to the county to operate it for that purpose, and that deed would contain the same provision. So it would, if the county ever ceased, what they're trying to do is obviously stand up a new department out there. If they failed to do so, that reverter provision would kick back in and it would come back to us. So it doesn't put us in any sort of position we weren't already in. We still enjoy the same position as far as that property reverting to us if it's not used for fire and emergency. But I would ask for a motion on that, that the board, the commission authorize the mayor to sign that deed once it's prepared.
Mm-hmm. So then we need a motion to approve for the mayor to sign this, this deed to convey the St. James Lanark Fire Department property on Oak Street in Lanark to Franklin County, Florida.
Yes, with the reverter provision that if it's
Yes,
not used for
including the
fire and
reverter
emergency.
clause.
Yep.
I'll make a motion to that effect with one stipulation, that the county encumber the expenses of the deed transactions.
Got it.
Second that motion.
Okay, Ms. Keisha, that motion is by Commissioner Millender, second by Commissioner Mathis. Is there any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries.
Nothing further.
Would you like a
you
motion
need
for
a-
the mutual aid agreement?
It would be fine to have a motion to approve the mutual aid agreement. yes.
Okay, I have a question about that.
Yes.
Has our Chief Carl Whaley, the chief of the Carrabelle Volunteer Fire Department, reviewed that mutual aid agreement?
I believe he has. He's been
Okay.
speaking with Michael Marone, but I cannot say I have spoken with Carl Whaley. I've talked to him a number of times about this, but I've not talked to him since the county approved it on Tuesday.
Okay. And it looks like it. I don't see. What do you, you read it? Did you read the mutual aid agreement, Commissioner
No,
Miller?
ma'am, I haven't read it, Mayor, but I did listen to the county's attorney present it to the Board of Commissioners, and I concur with it, but I'm gonna make a motion to approve with the stipulation that the fire chief review it and get his approval. Upon his approval,
I'll second that.
Okay, that motion is by Commissioner Millender, second by Commissioner Brown, to approve that mutual aid agreement with the stipulation that Chief Carl Whaley approves it as well. Is there any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. All right, do the commissioners have anything else for Mr. Hartman? Thank you so much. We'll move on to the city administrator's report.
Can you hear me? Am I on, Keisha?
Yes, it sounds like you are. We've got new microphones, and Ms. Courtney is the last one. You know, everything is very slow being delivered these days.
You should have all received your department reports from staff this month. Do you have any questions regarding the department reports? The landscaping that was funded with the CARES Act money is now complete, so you see that we have new landscaping outside. The project and expenditure report that was filed with the U.S. Treasury for the American Rescue Plan, that was done last week, so our first report has been filed. Staff will be submitting a letter to the TDC requesting funding for the construction of a dune crossover at the public access for McKissick Beach. Recently, Franklin County was just funded for a dune passover, and Apalachicola was funded for a boardwalk, so we're going to submit a request for funding for a dune walkover. The post office lease renewal is ready to be signed. It was advertised for disposition as required by the statute for CRAs, and that time has elapsed, so we are ready to sign the post office lease, and we'll be doing that. And then the last thing I need is that we need to schedule a special meeting in May for discussion of summer camp utility takeover. I know the 17th and the 20th were the 2 days that we had discussed with summer camp that she would be available, and I know Commissioner Brown had said she was not available on the 20th. So if everybody's good with the 17th, we can schedule a meeting during the day for the 17th.
I think that's our CRA meeting already.
So that's at 1:30. We could meet at 10 o'clock, and would that be all right?
That would be fine with me.
Okay, on the 17th at 10 a.m. for a special meeting? Okay. Do we have a motion for that?
I'll make a motion for a special meeting on May 17th at 10 a.m.
Second.
Okay, we have that motion by Commissioner Brown, second by Commissioner Allen. Is there any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Is that all right with everyone?
And I'll
Okay.
be away at training.
Okay.
Just to be aware, I have a 10 a.m. doctor's appointment that day, a long scheduled one, so, but I can call in right after it. Should be quick.
Russell is actually with you.
All right. Okay. All right, then. Everyone was in favor? Is that what I heard? Everyone's in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, then that motion carries, Ms. Keisha. All right, and then we'll have your report when you're ready, Ms. Keisha. City Clerk's report.
I've got a few dates to announce. So May 17th, that's 10 o'clock. We're going to have that special meeting. At 1:30, we will have our CRA meeting. May 19th is our planning and zoning meeting at 2 o'clock, and I do have items already for that agenda. May 30th, City Hall will be closed for Memorial Day, and we have scheduled the fireworks for July 2nd. So that will be the date for our fireworks, and I've seen a lot of people asking.
Okay. All right, do the commissioners have any further questions or items for Ms. Keisha or Ms. Courtney? All right, thank you, Keisha. Next, we'll move on to Innovia, and Mr. Large will present his report, please.
Thank you. I'll have a brief report tonight on our DOT Small Communities Outreach project. The Hill, the contractor, has mobilized. 9th Street is under construction. We do have an updated quote for paving of Ryan Drive on the north segment. That amount is $28,602.50. And Mayor, on the Ryan Drive
Yes, sir.
project, do we need a motion from the board to accept that quote at this time?
I would think so. We did have an estimate original before prices went skyrocketing,
Yes.
a smaller estimate. And so if I can verify that the log account would manage that. So if we want to approve that or not, that's the pleasure of the board for that most northern block of Ryan Drive.
Do you remember what the original quote was, Russell?
If I remember correctly, I think it was 17 or 18,000.
So it's
to my-
increased almost 10,000?
Yes.
Okay. It's the only question I have, Mayor.
All right, do we have a motion, a yay or nay on that?
Are we comfortable we have it in the log account?
Yes.
Okay. I'll make a motion to approve.
Do we
I'll
have a
second.
Okay. Okay, so Commissioner Melander motions to approve the funding to pay Ryan Drive, funding from the log account. And Ms. Commissioner Brown seconds that. Is there any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, and that motion carries.
Thank you. On our Lighthouse Estates, the construction is underway for both Phase 1 and 2 of the water and sewer project there. Lastly, the new Carrabelle Cemetery, we did solicit and receive subconsultant scope of services. That's at the bottom of your report. For geotechnical services, landscape architecture, our service as prime consultant. The only thing that is unknown at this time is the amount of the survey, and that's going to be based on the number of lots and monumentation that needs to be placed, which is really unknown at this time. So at this time, that task order would be for $11,815.
All right, that's very good information, and we do, I'll remind the commissioners that as I reported on our CARES Act, we have a contingency there. And we also have the American Rescue Plan funding so that we'll be able to to manage this. And we're working on getting a new cemetery annex for the city of Carrabelle. All right, thank you very much. Did the commissioners have questions for Mr. Russell Large?
Good.
Okay, thank you. All right. Next, we move to our advisory board reports. And we have the Carrabelle Waterfront Partnership Report, and that it was submitted yesterday, I believe. Thank you very much, Ms. Tamara. We appreciate your work on that. And we also have the Carrabelle Aviation Advisory Board report as well. Mr. Sullivan is staying home tonight. He knew that it was going to be crowded, and we can review these reports. If we have questions, we can certainly contact these people, and to remind the public that all of these reports are available through a public records request. Okay? All right. And public hearing is next on the agenda. We have no public hearing this evening. So next we will move to the quasi-judicial hearing. And so I'm convening this quasi-judicial hearing. All right. In order that everyone will know what to expect during this hearing, Attorney Hartman will now outline the process and steps that will be followed.
Okay. Just as a threshold matter, my role is to advise the commission, answer questions, that sort of thing. As far as staff, which is really Keisha and Russell, they would ask if they needed any guidance, questions, Mr. Pasqualone. The mayor did a good job of explaining kind of the order of proceeding, and that members of the public will have ample opportunity to speak and be heard. Just in a nutshell, the way this will go forward is we're going to talk, the clerk is going to tell us about the notice of the meeting, the results of the planning and zoning meeting, the results from that meeting. The commissioners will disclose any ex parte communications regarding this application that they've had. Then we'll enter into the record the application materials and other communications, letters, reviews, things that people have submitted that they wanted to be part of the record prior to the meeting. So the record is not closed at that point. It's just that's what will start off in the record, and then as the hearing goes on, people have an opportunity to enter anything else into the record, and of course, the testimony is part of the record. Then we will have applicant testimony, staff testimony, public testimony, which will include a segment where private attorneys that have been hired by groups or individuals will have an opportunity to speak, and any professionals that they have will have an opportunity to testify. Then there will be public testimony supporting the application, any public testimony opposing the application, and then we move to rebuttal, and each party, the applicant, staff, private attorney, and public will have a chance to do rebuttal, which is really, if you disagree with something that was said and it's after you've already spoken, you'll have a chance to address it. And at that point, after all that is in evidence at the hearing, the commission will deliberate. And at that point, and at any point, really, the commission can ask questions of members of the public, of staff, of the applicant, of anybody. That can certainly occur during all these different presentations, but during deliberation, they are taking all this into consideration, everything they've heard, and they can ask questions. But then they will deliberate and reach a decision. So that's how this should unfold. And so, turn it back to Madam Mayor.
Okay, and I just want to say again, upon recognition by me, the commission members certainly may ask questions of all the credible witnesses and members of the public at any time. Just, let me know when you have a question, and we can stop them at any time and ask on any subject of what they're explaining or presenting. And so I'll just turn it over to Attorney Hartman now and let you guide us through this process of this quasi-judicial hearing.
Sure. Keisha, if you would advise everyone on the notice for the meeting and the planning and zoning recommendation.
Excuse me. The planning and zoning voted to recommend approval with basically 4 conditions. A no adverse impact letter from the applicant, which I believe came in today. An 18-inch curb where the postal parking spots are. Signed and sealed plans with the reports for the in accordance to the Florida Administrative Code, and also reciprocal easements for the drive-through. And that was approved 4-2. As far as the notice, it was noticed on our agenda, placed out front, just like we always do. I got all of the speaker cards from the P&Z meeting from everybody who was here, and I tried to send an agenda out to everybody who filled out one that left an email address. And then the opposing parties that's been interested the whole time, I've sent them everything too. So.
Okay, thank you, Keisha. And you said the vote was 4-2.
4-2.
All right. And do the commissioners have questions for Keisha on that P&Z recommendation? No. Okay, Mr. Hartman.
All right. So at this point, we'll go one by one through the commission. And the purpose of this is to just disclose any ex parte communications where basically what that is if someone's come up to you, talk to you about this project, and you would just identify who it was and the substance of the conversation. So it's not a verbatim necessarily, it's just what was the substance of that conversation. Now is the time to disclose that.
All right, and being the mayor, I have quite a lot of unsolicited communications. I'll go first. And I want to tell you that commissioners and mayors are elected officials, in which capacity they may unavoidably be recipients of unsolicited ex parte communications regarding quasi-judicial matters that they are to decide. Over my almost 11 years as a public servant, I have been well known for having an open door policy, for making myself available by email, phone, and at numerous public functions, for my dedicated efforts at problem solving, and for being fully transparent. I've always been relied upon to quickly respond to emails, phone calls, concerns, and the likes. Because of this, the emails and communications included in my disclosure packet were overwhelmingly unsolicited, to which in many cases I responded. The only way to have prevented these unsolicited communications would have been to sequester myself in a hotel room with no phone call or email access over these past nearly 2 years. Many of you have already had access to these emails and text through public records request, extensive public records request. And you know, these requests were initiated by the Carrabelle Historical Preservation, Inc., the First Amendment Foundation, and Vision Carrabelle. So to those of you, it may appear that some email communications are missing from my disclosure report. And this is because only that which is considered to be ex parte communications are included in my disclosure report. P&Z and City Commission members are permitted to communicate with city staff for advice on professional opinions and to provide general information regarding quasi-judicial land matters under consideration. Therefore, communications with city staff are not considered ex parte communications and are not included in my disclosure report. And though this is a very lengthy report and disclosure, I've been instructed by the city attorney that I must provide a verbal review of each account during this public hearing before final action is taken. So, we'll proceed. On Thursday, October the 15th, 2020, Mo Collins of Twin Rivers emailed his signature line with contact info. On Thursday, October 15th, 2020 at 4:40 p.m., I sent a follow-up email to Mo Collins as a recap of our phone conversation that same afternoon. It read, "Mo Collins, thank you very much for calling. I am pleased to learn that you and Family Dollar are willing and anxious to work with our citizens to develop a storefront and facility that will fit in with the neighborhood and that will serve the community during our brief conversation. During our brief conversation, we reviewed the following concerns that I could predict at that point. Ingress-egress for delivery trucks, enclosure for dumpsters, use of containers for storage, security lighting, landscaping and hedges, landscaped stormwater retention areas. Facility would provide additional parking for downtown area. It's in the heart of the CRA district. A brief explanation of CRA basics and how CRAs work in Florida can be seen on the Florida Redevelopment Association website, and I included the link. All city and county ad valorem taxes would go to Carrabelle CRA Tax Increment Fund for reinvestment directly into Carrabelle CRA district. Water management and school board property taxes are not subject to CRA taxation. Carrabelle's district map is district map is attached. Linked to the GIS interactive map of Carrabelle CRA district, and I gave the link to that map. Regards, Brenda LaPaz, Mayor, City of Carrabelle, with the address and my home and cell contact numbers. Okay, so on October the 16th, Mo Collins replied. He said, "Thank you, Brenda. Looking forward to working with you as well." On October the 16th, citizen Skip Frank wrote to me and said, "Missed it. P&Z, anything major on Family General?" And on October 16th, I wrote to Skip and I said it's Family Dollar, and that as a P&Z member, he had the perfect opportunity to voice his opinion. It was a shame that he had missed that meeting. I wrote to him that most attendees voiced about the ingress-egress at Highway 98 and the Tallahassee intersection. I told Skip I talked with the Family Dollar representative by phone on October the 15th, 2020. On October 16th, 2020, citizen Kathy Frank wrote, "She and Skip are very opposed to the Family Dollar." She was concerned about 18-wheelers and said hopefully the rerouting of the trucks and traffic won't even further involve Tallahassee Street, Highway 98 corner, and Avenue A, and that if the plan got approved, it would impact their business. On October the 16th, 2020, citizen Bill Owen wrote saying he visited the new Family Dollar site he suggested facing it toward CR 67 and set it back some to blend a little better with downtown. Said ashamed to lose the 2 large oak trees and plantings along 98 with sidewalk access to Fathoms would provide a nice place for tourists to park. On October the 16th, 2020, I wrote to Kathy Frank. I told her that I had talked with Mo Collins by phone on October the 15th and said during our conversation, Mr. Mo assured me the Family Dollar engineers had gone back to the drawing board regarding the original delivery truck route. Told her that Mr. Mo and I reviewed several issues of concern, and I copied Mo Collins on Kathy Frank's email. On October the 16th, I replied to Bill Owen. I explained that I had talked with Mo Collins the day before, that we reviewed a list of concerns, including removal of the 2 oak trees, and I copied Mo Collins on Mr. Owen's email. On October 16th, 2020, I replied to Skip Frank saying the engineers told us FDOT would not allow a curb cut on Highway 98 for access under the Family Dollar. Told Mr. Skip to contact the city attorney for a recap of the meeting. On October the 19th, 2020, I wrote to Sherry Wesson as a reply to her comments on Facebook. I explained that I don't usually attend P&Z meetings, but that I did attend the October 15th, 2020 P&Z meeting where I was not allowed to speak. I told her the city attorney had explained the proposed proposal as presented, and that it met the guidelines and requirements of the city's LDR, and that the project could not be denied just because we don't like it. Here again, I told Ms. Wesson about my October 15th, 2020 phone conversation with Mo Collins, just as I explained to others. Said I could not post the comments on Facebook. It would be out of the sunshine. I told her if she had comments regarding her proposal, email them to me. I would forward them to Mr. Mo. I never heard from Ms. Sherry on that. On October the 19th, Harry Gray wrote, requesting me to ask a city planner about the long-term impact of a boilerplate Family Dollar on the old school site. His email was rambling in topics and very long. He wrote that it was very curious that the perfect location for another Dollar General was between Putnell Station and the Catholic Church was voted down, and now a Family Dollar mere blocks from a new Dollar General. On November the 4th, citizen, and this is 2020, citizen Gathana Parmanis wrote to all the commissioners, and she said, please reject Family Dollar's proposed site plan for 204 St. James Ave. The proposed store would, number 1, devastate the historic district, 2, go against the public vision for the downtown area, 3, increase traffic in an already congested area of Tallahassee Street and add semi-trucks to the narrow roads, 4, create a lasting eyesore in the center of town, 5, greatly diminish the marketability of Carrabelle as a tourist destination, 6, damage property values for surrounding businesses. And then she said the Carrabelle Code of Ordinances gives the commission the power to reject any project which would be out of character for the surrounding properties. On November 4th, 2020, Martha Murray wrote to all city commission members saying location is in the heart of the historic district, does not fit in aesthetically. Large chain stores mean more vehicles in a location that currently lends itself to foot traffic. Street side dining and sidewalk retail would be an eyesore. Deterrent to foot travel. Why entertain a Family Dollar when there is a Dollar General blocks away, and that it was unnecessary? Now, keep in mind, I'm briefing these because if my original report was 32 pages, and so I have whittled it down to 20 pages, and so I've had to, cut some of these words out, some of the adjectives and stuff. So on November the 5th, Richard Fravel of Lanark wrote, and he said he did not believe a Family Dollar is in the best interest of Carrabelle. Any hope for an attractive downtown will be forever dashed by a large store and parking lot. On November the 5th, Mr. Cliff Butler wrote requesting that his attached letter be read into the minutes of the November 5th, 2020 commission meeting, and that copies of his letter be given to each city commissioner prior to the meeting. And that did happen. On November the 10th, I forwarded to Citizen Bo May and Vice President of the Carrabelle Historical Preservation, Inc., 7 emails regarding the previous complaints I've just reported on, and an email from myself to Russell Large and Dan Hartman dated November the 9th. And that email included my idea to develop a U-shaped ingress-egress around the post office building. And this email also, on November the 9th, to Mr. Hartman and Mr. Russell, included a March 7th, 2017 email to a Mr. Brian Pettis of the FDOT regarding the one-way southbound egress from the Carrabelle Post Office with no one-way warning to oncoming wrong-way traffic from Highway 98. On November the 10th, Citizen Bo May of Carrabelle, Vice President of the Carrabelle Historical Presentation, sent 3 emails to me saying 2 requirements that must be met by Family Dollar are traffic patterns and flood zone and water retention, and that the FDOT has already spoken on Highway 98. Said the visual appearance or the lack thereof will not cut the mustard. Lots of good ideas for discussion. Asked if he and I could sit down and draw multiple options for traffic ingress-egress. On November the 12th, 2020, I forwarded to Citizen Bo May 3 emails, one from Russell Large with an attachment titled Potential Access Concept, and that email was dated November 11th, 2020, and one from me to Mr. Large regarding my thoughts on the possible shared driveway concept, and that Russell would be in Carrabelle the following Friday, and he and I would go by the post office for a first-hand look. On November the 12th, Citizen Bo May wrote 3 emails, and they all basically said he wanted to talk rather than write, suggested moving the world's smallest police station, asked to meet on Saturday, Sunday, or Friday, and said he was thinking between doctors. All right. On November the 12th, 2020, I wrote back to Bo May saying probably Family Dollar would not be back with their proposed site plan for 3 to 4 months, and that I wanted to give Russell some input and learn how to negotiate some land on the north side of the post office for parking and ingress-egress. Said relocating, I told Mr. May that trying to relocate the world's smallest police station at this time would be too much to undertake. On November the 12th, 2020, Citizen Bo May, Vice President of the Carrabelle Historical Preservation, replied. He said that the world's smallest police station will find its home when the time comes. The entrance and exit, post office traffic, Family Dollar landscape, etc., is primary. Said he would like to discuss after Russell and crew looked at the location. On November 13th, 2020, I forwarded to Bo May my email of November 13th to Russell Large and Courtney saying with the attached three photos show the activity at the Carrabelle Post Office parking lot and loading dock, to which Bo May replied, good job. On November the 15th, 2020, Bo May emailed a picture of where the post office delivery truck driver spends his days. Mr. May replied, oh, I see. And I believe I emailed Mr. Bo May a picture of where the post office delivery truck spends his day. On Friday, November 20th, 2020, Bo May wrote to me, the city administrator and the city attorney, saying, according to the FEMA flood map for downtown, the entire property that is offered for sale to Family Dollar, Dollar Tree, is in the AE flood zone. Asked why was this never discussed when presented to P&Z or the city commission. Said the project does not conform to guidelines. Said 3 damning aspects of the proposal are the AE-15, the size of the water retention area, and the complex ingress-egress problem that involves state and county highways and city roads. On November the 20th, 2020, Attorney Hartman replied to Bo May's above email. Bo, they will have to determine they will have to demonstrate compliance with all development, base flood elevation requirements. On November 21st, 2020, a Mr. Gregory Broughton wrote to me referring to the county commissioners voting down the proposed store in Gulf Terrace, said Carrabelle is not big enough to sustain $2 stores. On November 24th, 2020, Citizen Bo May wrote, what a mess, downtown Carrabelle, and he had attached 5 pictures of what appeared to be the Family Dollar in East Point. November the 25th, 2020, I wrote to Mr. Bo May saying, Bo, see the one and only conceptual site plan submitted by Family Dollar attached. That I understood from the city attorney the time to request conditions is when they return with a preliminary site plan. I attached a conceptual from Advanced Engineering Consultants dated October 2, 2020. On November 25th, 2020, Bo May wrote 2 emails. He said, thank you, I understand. Said his initial instinct is this is not a good idea, but he realizes Carrabelle will be what it will be. Said East Point property is much bigger than the Carrabelle site. On December the 12th, 2020, Citizen Rod Gashi wrote, he said the new dollar store presentation mentioned using the entrance off of US 98-319 onto State Road 67. Said it was not possible for large trucks, RVs coming down East Meridian. Said he was not in favor of the new store. His problem was with large vehicle traffic trying to turn off State Road 67 or through our area. Said, if approved, wanted delivery trucks to use the Lake Morality bypass. Now, he didn't actually use the term Lake Morality. I'm just shortening it there, but he described the Lake Morality bypass, which all the citizens of this area understand what that is. All right, on Monday, January the 11th, I replied to Rod Gashi, and I said, once again to Mr. Rod, I explained in detail, as in previous emails, that the Family Dollar representative called me at home on October 15, 2020, and I had expressed all my concerns to Mo Collins, which were included in my email to Mr. Gashi. I reminded Mr. Gashi that at the November 5th, 2020 commission meeting, I asked if our city engineer could follow up with the Family Dollar engineers to try to work out a way that FDOT would allow an ingress-egress off Highway 98, and the commission agreed. I told Mr. Gashi that Courtney and I met with Russell at the post office parking lot a few days after the November 5th commission meeting, where at that time I proposed to Russell that Family Dollar deed approximately 15 to 30 feet on the north side of the post office to allow for a U-shaped ingress-egress around the post office and possible diagonal parking on the north side of the post office building with an additional 7 to 8 parking spaces at the world's smallest police station. On January 18, 2021, I wrote to Citizen Rod Gashi telling him to look closely at the most recent site plan that the truck shown in the drawing depicts the post office delivery truck, that the depicted truck is not an 18-wheeler tractor trailer, and I attached a picture of the post office delivery truck. On January 20th, 2021, Citizen David Prentice of Vision Carrabelle wrote, saying he was one of the Vision Carrabelle concerned citizens. He asked me to confirm that a definitive decision has not been made by the city of Carrabelle regarding the overall approval of the proposal from Family Dollar. Asked if the city of Carrabelle green-lighted this proposal. He also asked me to provide a summary of any formal or informal conversations that have occurred between the city of Carrabelle and Family Dollar and/or the city of Carrabelle and Twin Rivers Capital, and to identify what phase of approval the Family Dollar project is currently at. On January 21, 2021, I replied to Citizen David Prentice of Vision Carrabelle with a copy to the city administrator as follows. As recorded on the November 5th, 2020 City Commission meeting minutes, Commissioner Mathis motions to approve conceptual as presented. Commissioner Millender seconds. All in favor? Motion carried. Said I would know only about conversations that involved myself, that I had absolutely no knowledge of conversations that have taken place between anyone associated with the city of Carrabelle and Family Dollar and or Twin Rivers Capital. Explained I did have one informal conversation with a representative for Family Dollar, and that I had sent a written report of this conversation via email to Rod Gashi on January 11th, 2020. So I have 2020 here, but it was January 11th, 2021. And I provided Mr. Prentice with a link to this email. I asked Mr. Prentice to consult with the city administrator. On Wednesday, January 27th, 2021, Citizen Bo May, Vice President of Carrabelle Historical Preservation, emailed approximately 31 pictures of vehicles around the Rio Carrabelle building and post office building, saying this traffic does not include the traffic at the post office during this time coming south on Tallahassee Street. On January 28, 2021, I wrote Bo May saying thanks for all the traffic pics. On January 28, 2021, Citizen Bo May, Vice President of Carrabelle Historical Preservation, emailed a series of pictures which were taken in about a 10-minute period, he said. Said the second series is with a large truck in the alley for Gander's Hardware. Said there are many traffic jams that occur daily at random in the vicinity of the post office. Said almost all vehicles drive on or over yellow lines, and it would be a travesty of a pretense of a solution to use the alley adjacent to the post office for through traffic, and also close the exit onto Highway 98 next to the small police station. Then open an exit through the proposed Family Dollar parking entrance. Said to date, the two Family Dollar site plans are generally insulting and ignorant of what is Carrabelle, and regarding site plan number 2, if the city of Carrabelle does not relinquish its ownership of the post office parking lot and also agree to relinquish its ownership of access to Highway 98 through said parking lot, then site plan 2 is meaningless and null and void. Proposed site plan 1 also has plenty of problems. It is not proper for the city to agree that it might or would relinquish property to Family Dollar in order that Family Dollar can propose site plan 2 that is not in the best interest of the Carrabelle citizens. He said our restrictions and existing requirements should be a hurdle for Family Dollar to cross and work within, not something that we give away, which enables them to accomplish that which is anathema to the life of the community. In summary, he writes, prima facie conclusion is that the city should not be compliant to any request that the city contribute the property of the Carrabelle citizens to the latest proposal presented by Family Dollar. Said the city staff, the city attorney, staff, and any consultant employed by the city should not act on behalf of the Family Dollar in any manner. 3 photos were attached. On February 23rd, 2021, Ms. Beth Barber wrote to me saying, the main objective she hears from people about the Family Dollar proposal is how garish the front of the building is, that she believed they have a historical package store that blends into the town. If they lowered the middle section a couple of feet, then do away with the big neon light Family Dollar sign, it might be better and might blend in better. I wrote back on Tuesday, February 23rd, 2021, and I replied to Beth Barber saying that I could not take her comments into consideration because the boards involved now can only voice approval, denial, or approval with conditions on the site plan as presented. If the project moves forward, when the preliminary site plans are submitted, the boards can offer suggestions, conditions as you have mentioned. I went on to explain the quasi-judicial process as best I could with the understanding I had of the process at that time. She wrote back saying she had talked about this with Commissioner Millender and was encouraged by him to send me an email. She always thought she could approach any commissioners at any time, but not together because of the Sunshine Law. She thought about not sending the email, but said because Commissioner Millender encouraged her, she sent it. On March 4th, 2021, Citizen Alan Braxton Millender wrote to myself, Commissioner Allen, Commissioner Millender, Commissioner Mathis, and Commissioner Brown. And he says, in this debate, I have witnessed many people who do not live within the city limits or own property within the city limits try to influence the city's decision. These people are outside of the city's jurisdiction and taxing authority, and therefore are not bound to the same rules and taxation that we within the city are. If the city raises taxes due to a bad decision resulting in financial penalties that affect the city budget, they do not have to pay city property taxes like owners do. If we pass an ordinance to require we purchase a service such as garbage pickup, again, they do not have to comply like we do. If we pass building code changes that make buildings more costly, they are not affected. My request, he says, to each of the board members is not just with the Family Dollar issue, but with all issues brought before the board, is to be careful to recognize who you're representing. He said that many bring up that they shop in Carrabelle, but that he, Mr. Millender, shops and spends a lot of money in Tallahassee, but that doesn't give him a say in their governance. On Monday, April 12, 2021, Citizen Michael Pace, who's the director and president of the Carrabelle Historical Preservation, wrote, upon review of the public records provided, it is apparent there are gaps in the record. Many attachments were not provided, i.e. emails to Family Dollar from Carrabelle City Administration and Mr. Hartman. Said it is apparent that several proposals were sent by City Administration to Family Dollar representatives. Parentheses, request for a parcel of the Butler property to be transferred to the city to provide for a U-shaped passage around the post office, close parentheses. Said he was aware that this proposal was drafted as the mayor makes reference to it in her emails, but does not provide the documents. Furthermore, it is apparent that ex parte communications occurred between city administration and Family Dollar in negotiations to gift Family Dollar the post office easement with nothing in return. He wrote the post office required an order from the city of such a proposal and an acceptance from Family Dollar, as many details were arranged between the city and Family Dollar to transition from the initial site plan to the current site plan, parentheses, where access is from 98, close parentheses, but no record of these communications nor details of arrangements have been provided. In closing, Vision Carrabelle will be drafting a revised public records request in the near future in efforts to acquire the documents that were not provided. He signs it in Pace, Vision Carrabelle / Carrabelle Historical Preservation. On June 14th, you okay there, sir?
I'm fine.
Okay. On June 14th, 2021, Citizen David Prentice of Vision Carrabelle wrote to all city administrative staff and all commission members and all P&Z members. He sent a 4-page letter from Attorney Ian Waldick dated May 7th, 2021, relating to stormwater issues. Said the same letter had been sent to Attorney Hartman. On August 13, 2021, Suzanne Woodcock of Vision Carrabelle sent an email to staff with a copy to Chester Reese and myself stating, a letter from William K. Jones, engineer, was attached. She said the letter provided an overview of stormwater drainage and flooding concerns and for the consideration by the P&Z Board and the City Commission. She said an official boundary and topographic survey is not included in either set of plans and that a survey should be included with the submittal package. On August 31st, 2021, David Prentice of Vision Carrabelle wrote to Chester Reese, myself, Commissioner Allen, Commissioner Brown, Commissioner Millender, and Commissioner Mathis. You still with us? Okay. Okay. And he says, and Mr. Prentice says, attached is the second letter from William K. Jones, engineer. This letter provides an analysis of the stormwater management report by Dewberry that was used as self-certification documentation for an environmental resource permit issued by the Northwest Florida Water Management District. He also attached a review of the Family Dollar site plan by Vision Carrabelle and supporting letter from Vision Carrabelle's legal counsel. On August 31st, 2021, Ms. Eileen Smith emailed to the city administrative staff with a copy to me, some correspondence from Ian Waldick, which was a 4-page review by Vision Carrabelle of the proposed site plan that was dated August 28, 2021, with multiple photos. Okay. On September 22, 2021, Ollie Tucker wrote saying he and his wife love the one-of-a-kind shops that are not chain and would hate to see Family Dollar in the downtown area that would destroy the historic district that Carrabelle is well known for. That's historic district that I said. Okay, and on October the 12th, 2021, Ms. Suzanne Woodcock of Vision Carrabelle wrote with a copy to all commissioners and all P&Z members that she sent a letter from William K. Jones, engineer, with an overview of stormwater drainage and flooding concerns and insufficiencies based on the latest submittal by Family Dollar / Dewberry and Associates. Said Family Dollar representatives have submitted insufficient site plans and documents to obtain a self-certification from the Northwest Florida Water Management District and permits from the FDOT. Said the city of Carrabelle must require these inconsistencies be resolved prior to any further deliberations of the Family Dollar proposal by either the P&Z board or the city commission. Let's see now. On December the 12th, 2021, citizen Mel Kelly wrote, Family Dollar workers say they put in 80-hour work weeks and sleep on cardboard to keep stores open. She included several digital links to articles about Family Dollar employee lawsuits and why so many Family Dollar employees are leaving were attached. On February 1st, 2022, citizen Michael Pace, director and president of the Carrabelle Historical Preservation, wrote to Mo Collins and myself, in Carrabelle, by Mr. Hartman's direction, is out of order. Yes, contrary to his statements on record, there is a right-of-way at the location of the current postal access. That he verified this fact with FDOT. Asked why the city is closing the right-of-way. To the benefit of a private corporation's efforts to gain a right-of-way. Duh. And yes, it does change the situation. Wrote Mr. Hartman is on the record saying there is no right-of-way and his interpretation of the statutes are both shallow and defective. The city is treating the postal access as if it were a vacant parcel and merely requires renouncement. Wrong. Said he was drafting a formal letter to inform you on the Florida Statute 336.09, and I will forward it at a later time. Said the current postal access is considered, quote, other places of traffic, unquote, which technically defines it as the same category consideration as road or street or alleyway. Therefore, it requires the same abandonment procedure with prior public notice and a full consideration of process with input from the public. The City Commission cannot just merely declare the postal access closed by snapping their fingers as you have done. Furthermore, the entire process is required under the Sunshine Law to allow for input from the public. Unfortunately, Mr. Hartman is on record saying that the public is not required. He wrote the improper, erroneous, and defective closure of the current postal access has the potential to incur deleterious effects upon the public and embarrassment to the city administration, and in our opinion, the legal deficiencies and erroneous process carried forth as directed by Mr. Hartman are actionable. Said we intend to seek remedial and compensatory relief in a competent court of judicial jurisdiction, if necessary. Carrabelle Historical Preservation, Inc. would like to have faith that the city executive and city attorney can exercise the options that are available to cure the improper actions prior to litigation, if possible. What remedial actions are the city administration willing to take, if any? The public is merely requesting that which the Florida statutes guarantee, a fair and lawful process. More to come, and he signs it in pace. On February 3rd, 2022, Michael Pace, director of the Carrabelle Historical Presentation, whatever it is there, Carrabelle Historical Preservation. We have been sending you and our concerns of the defective process in the Family Dollar application process. You have failed to respond. FYI, your claims of proper service by Facebook are bogus. Florida courts have determined that service by social media is insufficient and does not meet the standard for reasonable prior notice. We are forwarding a summary of the extensive ex parte communications that have occurred in the Family Dollar application process and a request for public records. Thanks, M. Pace, Director, Carrabelle Historical Preservation, Inc. And he had two attachments, one was a records request and one was an ex parte communications summary. On February the 11th, 2022, Citizen Michael Pace, Director and President, emailed the city clerk, city attorney, and myself. He said, our organization is providing a list of the extensive ex parte communications that occurred between City Executive La Paz and representatives for Family Dollar. Mr. Pace writes that there are several troubling aspects to these allegations, as the Attorney General's opinion states, upon proof that an ex parte communication has occurred, there is a presumption of prejudice. Furthermore, the situation may be seen as additionally aggravated by La Paz's suspected reluctancy to comply with numerous public records requests submitted by both our agency and Vision Carrabelle. We are submitting another public records request with the additional notice pursuant to 2021 Florida Statutes 119.12 and attorney fees, FYI. And then here, Mr. Pace quotes the Jennings rule. He also forwarded a letter that summarized the suspected deficiency of municipal processes conducted by City Attorney Hartman. On February 12th, 2022, Citizen Michael Pace, Director and President, wrote to Mr. Hartman and myself, and he says, based on the fact that I am not an attorney, the only advice I can offer you and Mrs. La Paz is, when you find yourself in a hole, stop digging. On February 16th, 2022, Citizen Michael Pace, Director and President of the Carrabelle Historical Preservation, wrote, Carrabelle Historical Preservation, Inc. is providing a summary statement in regard to our public records request. We have taken more than a civil approach in our efforts to secure records that belong to the residents of Carrabelle. And although we have been met by delay, frustration, and refusal to comply, in our opinion, the most difficult aspect of this process is the method by which the public was systematically curtailed and Family Dollar representatives received direct access to Carrabelle City officials through secret ex parte communications. Furthermore, in our perception, the fact that the city executive and city attorney had no issue with causing irreparable damage to our historic neighborhood for the small sum of $250,000 is quite distressing. M. Pace, Carrabelle Historical Preservation. On February 20th, 2022, Citizen Rod Gashi emailed a digital link to an article titled, Family Dollar closes 400 stores, recalls products after FDA finds decaying dead rodents in warehouse. I didn't open the link. On February 21, 2022, Citizen Bo May, Vice President of the Carrabelle Historical Preservation, emailed to myself, Commissioner Millender, Commissioner Mathis, Commissioner Allen, Commissioner Brown, an article from the New York Times titled, A Rodent Infestation at Family Dollar Warehouse has prompted the discount store chain to recall a wide range of products sold at hundreds of stores throughout the southern United States. On February 23rd, 2022, Skip Frank wrote to myself and all the commissioners. He said, hello all. On behalf of the Old Carrabelle Hotel, we request that the commission direct the applicant to rework the engineer Engineering as a professional consultant has found what you have been lacking. On February 24th, 2022, Ms. Martha Murray wrote to myself and all the commissioners, and she said she was deeply concerned about a Family Dollar in the heart of downtown, not opposed to a new store, but this location seems wrong for so many reasons. Said such a store would forever change the charm of current downtown. She had grave concerns about stormwater drainage and what this may do to that whole corner as far as traffic flow and walkability. Said this type of store is much better suited to the edge of town. On February 27th, 2022, citizen Michael Pace wrote to myself, Mr. Hartman, and Mr. Collins, whoever thought this Family Dollar boondoggle was a good idea needs to resign. A link to an article titled Dirty Secrets Dollar Stores Don't Want You to Know was attached. I didn't open that link. On February 2017, 2022, same day, citizen Michael Pace, director and president of the Carrabelle Historical Preservation, wrote to myself and all the commissioners. He said, whoever thought Family Dollar was the kind of a growth this town needs to resign. And a link to a Family Dollar rat infestation article was attached. I didn't open the link. On Sunday, February 27th, citizen Michael Pace, and director of the CHP, wrote to myself and Mo Collins as follows. The pestilence that is devouring our nation equals dollar stores. The two biggest dollar chains, Dollar Tree and Dollar General, have more stores combined than the 6 biggest U.S. retailers, Walmart, Kroger, Costco, Home Depot, CVS, and Walgreens put together. It's ugly, and it's coming to a neighborhood near you. I did not open the links included in this email. On April 16th, I'm going to take a drink of water here because this is a long one from Mr. Pace. All right, this is from Mr. Pace, and he's the president director, and I'll just call it the CHP. To know why my computer was searched in conjunction with a public records request. He requested all documents, emails, and files retrieved during that computer search. And so that means that a lot of people that I communicate with, all of their names and email information went out on a public records request. Multiple public records, he's requested multiple public records requests. He sent a document titled Ex parte Communications Summary, which was a summary of my ex parte communications conducted on his own. He wrote, the city and myself were blocking, delaying, and frustrating Carrabelle Historical Preservation's right to access public records. Sent a document titled Failure to Comply with Public Records Request. Sent a document titled Summary in Regards to Mayor La Paz's Personal Phone Records. Sent a document titled Refusal to Allow Inspection or Copying Public Records. Sent a document titled Request for Statement of Exemption. Sent an email stating the Florida Attorney General's office has determined that a city agency cannot deny access to records merely because the city does not have custody. Sent an email stating that the email stated claims that the mayor does not possess phone logs is not going to call the dogs off. Sent a Carrabelle Historical Preservation's 10th public record request. Sent an email saying staff and myself were working to keep my conversations in secret to benefit Family Dollar and that this was going to get ugly, real ugly. Sent an email stating our responses to his public records request are bogus and laughable. Sent an email stating the mayor's efforts to benefit Family Dollar seemed to keep on coming, that Carrabelle Historical Preservation was going to submit a writ of mandamus to the court and request the mayor's resignation. Sent emails requesting Mr. Hartman do not contact him in the future. Sent an email titled, Just a Song Before I Go, a lesson to be learned, and he signed it Adios Amigos. Sent an email saying he hoped every city commissioner votes for this rat-infested project so they could wear it around their neck like a fine piece of jewelry. Mr. Pace's most recent email stated he is recusing himself from the ugly drama that has ensued this blatant lack of considerations for the public at large. He wrote, "The city has no right to slander him, Mr. Pace, in the news or publish any information to allege that he has violated any laws, nor that he initiated threats or harassed city officials in any way. It is an extremely ugly look for the city, and La Paz's attempt to scapegoat me," meaning him, "due to the public reaction to their blatant breaches of fiduciary duty." He asked the city clerk not to send him engineering files or reports, that it is Vision Carrabelle who is contesting the filing. All right, the last email that I received was recently on May the 2nd from Ms. Gathana Parmasis. And the best I can tell, it was a blind copy to me, and it read, "The situation is beyond easy repair." She wanted to give a speech this evening with her objections, but she thought the threat of a lawsuit and the prospect of increased sales tax are more than the commission can resist. She wrote, "The commissioners are being told by Chester Reese and Dan Hartman that if the plans meet the minimums, it must be approved." She wrote that no one seems to acknowledge that they don't have to donate the driveway onto 98, and traffic studies nor accident records back up the idea that this is a dangerous situation. She wrote, "More traffic at the center of town will be a miserable situation, and that new data on frequency of severe storms hasn't been incorporated into the 100-year estimated floods." She said she could confidentially predict flooding from this development will severely damage the downtown area and is very likely within the next few years. All right, so the Jennings rule says that if commissioners have a site visit, or whoever's participating in quasi-judicial hearings, if they have a site visit, it has to be reported. Yes, I had a site visit. On Friday, November the 13th, 2020, at approximately noontime, Ms. Courtney Dempsey and I met with Mr. Russell Large, engineer with Inovio Consulting at the Carrabelle Post Office parking lot. There I explained the years of ongoing complaints about wrong-way traffic coming off Highway 98 into the designated one-way outbound post office parking lot egress. As we walked the parking lot, we actually witnessed a vehicle come into the post office parking lot the wrong way from Highway 98 via the one-way outbound parking lot egress. While on site, on November 13, 2020, I verbally described my idea to Russell and Courtney, which I later called a proposal. My idea was to close the one-way outbound post office egress onto Highway 98. This would be in conjunction with asking Family Dollar or the Butlers to deed the city approximately 15 to 30 feet on the immediate north side of the post office building to allow for a U-shaped ingress-egress around the post office building. I suggested that if enough footage could be deeded to the city, additional diagonal post office parking spaces could be included on the north side of the building, as well as additional designated entrance or exit off of Tallahassee Street. The post office one-way outbound egress onto Highway 98 would be closed, and the city could have an additional 7 to 8 parking spaces at that location for visitors to the world's smallest police station. I do not know what happened to that entire idea, or proposal as I later called it, or when and if the entire idea was ever relayed to Family Dollar or Twin Rivers representatives. Minutes were not taken during this site visit. I have never been on the actual vacant land at 204 St. James Avenue, but I drive past it daily. I go to the post office several times a week and drive past it daily. All right. So I have to report phone calls where we had phone conversations, where I had a phone conversation about Family Dollar. And so over the past 1 year, 6 months, and 2 weeks, I've received a few phone calls that, to the best of my knowledge, regarding the Twin Rivers proposal. And the list I'm providing is to the best of my knowledge and belief, because it's been a long time. I get a lot of phone calls. But on October 15th, I can remember this because it's so controversial. Somewhere around 4 p.m., I received a phone call from Mo Collins with Twin Rivers on my home phone. He requested to review the concerns that I had with the proposed site plan for Family Dollar. At the completion of the phone conversation, Mo Collins immediately emailed me his contact info, which is included in the emails list, the very first email that I reported to you. And then I have reported to you a report of my October 15, 2020 phone conversation with Mo Collins in the emails list, because I returned Mr. Mo Collins, thank you for calling me, and that was the very first email that I read to you and the things that I had of concern. On November the 4th, I spoke with the citizen Gathana Parmenas by phone to hear her concerns regarding the Family Dollar proposal. Her concerns were mostly regarding traffic issues surrounding the use of CR 67 Tallahassee Street for semi-tractor trailer access to the original proposed ingress-egress. Sometime on or before January 18, 2021, I received a phone call from citizen Rod Gashi when he questioned me about the delivery truck in the post office parking lot, which was depicted on a conceptual site drawing. And back in my emails, I explained that I did email Mr. Rod Gashi the conceptual site drawing that we had at that time, and that it was the post office truck depicted in that, not an 18-wheeler. On August 6, 2021, sometime in the morning hours, I received the second phone call on my home phone from Mr. Mo Collins with Twin Rivers Development. He wanted to discuss an issue regarding the development. I told him I was not comfortable responding or rendering any opinion whatsoever, but that I would hear him out. He clearly understood that I would render no opinion. He described a potential problem with the number of parking spaces required. I didn't really understand what he was talking about. I ultimately referred him to take up the issue with staff. At the end of the discussion, he confirmed that I had not rendered an opinion. On February 24, 2020, Mr. John Harris called asking what was going on with the Family Dollar. I scolded him for asking me the question and told him, do not call me anymore. All right, unsolicited public communications, and this is when I'm out in the public. And over the 1 year, 6 months, and 2 weeks, I've been approached numerous times while in the public. The list below is to the best of my knowledge and belief. Some individuals didn't understand why the Family Dollar store just couldn't simply be denied. Many preferred a pharmacy. Some were for the project. Some were against the project because it's a box store and or concerned regarding traffic and environmental issues. All right, Mr. John Harris, he's the second homeowner here in Carrabelle, insisted he deliver a copy of the Tallahassee Democrat to me at City Hall. The newspaper included an article about the proposed Family Dollar. Buzz Putnell, a Carrabelle resident, told me he wants the new store. Miss Genevieve Putnell, Carrabelle resident, told me emphatically she wants the new store. Greg Christopherson, Carrabelle resident, my husband, and we share a small home office, has overheard many of my discussions with staff regarding this topic. He understands this is not a request for a land use change, understands the proposed land use of retail sales is in compliance with Carrabelle's LDR. Bill Owen, Carrabelle resident, is not in favor of the project, understands this is not a request for land use change, understands the process is legal, but he wants the hardscape to be softened. Tammy Owen, resident of Carrabelle, she's the husband of Bill Owen, and she overheard my conversation with him, and she expressed the same sentiments. Marion Morris, Carrabelle resident, is not in favor of the project. Kathleen Oman, Carrabelle resident, is not in favor of the project, but she's expressed that she understands that this is not a request for land use change, understands the proposed land use is in compliance with Carrabelle's LDR. Randy Lee, Carrabelle resident and business owner downtown, expressed empathy for the folks who do not want the project, but said property owners have rights. Chase Chisholm, Carrabelle business owner, expressed empathy also for the folks who do not want the project, but says herself that property owners have rights. Vicki Harris, Carrabelle resident and business owner, expressed empathy again for the folks who do not want the project, but said property owners have rights. Belinda Wooten, she's a Carrabelle resident. She's not in favor of the project. Robin Hilton, Carrabelle resident, understands this is not a request for land use change, said property owners have rights, understands the proposed land use is in compliance with Carrabelle's LDR. John Brown, Carrabelle resident, is not in favor of the project because he does not want Carrabelle to change, but he does understand this is not a request for land use change, understands the proposed land use is in compliance with Carrabelle Carrabelle's LDR. Deb from Lanark, which now I've just learned this evening, her name is Wooten. Deb Wooten from Lanark is not in favor of the project. Mel Kelly, Carrabelle resident, is not in favor of the project. Nicole Zatani of Lanark, her main concern regards environmental issues and traffic flow, understands the proposed land use is in compliance with Carrabelle LDR. No opinion as to whether or not she approves or disapproves of the Family Dollar project. Pat Funderburk of Lanark is not in favor of the project. Doug Dietrich of Lighthouse Road is not in favor of the project. Lori Gilbertson of Lighthouse Road is not in favor of the project. Ken, I don't know his last name, took yoga with him, of Lighthouse Road is not in favor of the project. All right, text also. So, you know, I get unsolicited text as well. Tim Sullivan asked if the contract with the post office requires a certain number of spaces. I did not answer him on that. Bill Owen questioned a Family Dollar in downtown. I texted Bill Owen a copy of the first conceptual site plan, told him I learned in the P&Z meeting there was nothing in the city's LDR that would be against the proposal. I explained the October 15, 2020 phone call with the Family Dollar representative and asked if I could forward his drawing to the representative, to which he replied yes. Bo May. I texted a picture of the post office delivery truck to Bo May and asked which way this truck accesses the post office parking lot. Bo May replied, both the post office delivery truck and UPS truck come into the post office parking lot using the one-way outbound egress into Highway 98. Mr. May asked me to meet 30 minutes and asked for the most recent Family Dollar site plan. John Harris texted asking if the old Dollar General building had been considered for the new Family Dollar. I explained the original owner of the old Dollar General location had reached out to Family Dollar, but was lost to follow up when the representative separated from Family Dollar. Linda Cowan texted saying no Family Dollar in Carrabelle, or put it in the old Dollar General building. I replied saying it appeared to be legal at that point in time and that more citizens should have attended the P&Z meeting. Tamara Allen. I texted Ms. Tamara saying after Michael Pace's comments directed to the City Commission during the March 4th, 2021 City Commission meeting that I would no longer attend any function that included Michael Pace or the Carrabelle Historical Preservation and recommend that the city not support any function that included either of those entities. Ms. Allen texted back agreeing wholeheartedly. Ms. Sabrina Brown, before she was elected commissioner, she texted to me her draft response to a Ms. Pat Tabucci regarding the Family Dollar's proposal. I recommended that Ms. Sabrina suggest to Ms. Pat that she watch the recorded meetings online regarding the Family Dollar to get her answers. In another text, now Commissioner Brown advised me that Mr. Pace had posted some rude comments about the March 4, 2021 Commission meeting on Carrabelle Historical Preservation Facebook page. I replied by saying that Mr. Pace had posted a rude threat as a comment on one of my Facebook pages and had emailed the same rude threat to me. Miss Jeannie Newton, using Jim Newton's phone. Miss Newton and I had several texts back and forth where she questioned if the proposed Family Dollar was indeed in the middle of Carrabelle's historic district. I texted back pictures from the Carrabelle Historic Preservation Survey and Plan, explaining the area to the east of the proposed Family Dollar is suggested for a proposed historic district, but there is not an officially designated historic district, and the proposed Family Dollar site is not inside the area proposed for a historic district. Jeff Berlow, writer for the Tallahassee Democrat, recently texted on April 27, 2022, requesting to speak with me about the Family Dollar project. He wanted to ask about the security and law enforcement officers that had been at the recent public meetings and why the city felt it was necessary. I texted back reminding him that I was still involved in the quasi-judicial process and could not speak with him, that he needed to contact city administrative staff regarding his questions. I texted saying maybe we could talk when this is all over, that unfortunately I could not even respond to protect my own integrity. Now, I posted, as I always do, on my Facebook page, the agenda for tonight's meeting yesterday morning. I always do that. I didn't want to not post it because folks would think I'm trying to hide something. So I posted it on the Facebook page, and of course there were comments on there between yesterday and 4 p.m. when I printed it out today, and I'm going to enter this into the record because it's the most recent. Miss Karen England, she's from Carrabelle. Please also remember to consider that when this store goes out of business and closes down, we're stuck with another derelict eyesore building. And then she writes again, this is so disappointing to see something like this go into our town. Does not fit with our atmosphere nor our town vision. Miss Angie and Charlie Thompson, there are 100 against a dollar store at this location. We live in a beautiful small town with so much character, and this would be such an eyesore, not to mention the chaos it would cause for traffic. Patricia Sewell Funderburg, I am sorry to hear this is moving forward. Nikki Melander, 100% supporter of Dollar Tree / Family Dollar. Patricia Bloodworth, please edit, not April. And guess what? I wrote in the caption that the meeting was April 5th, 2020. So I told her, thanks, I will do that. And then Lisa Lucas wrote, Thursday, May 5th. And I wrote back to Lisa Keith Lucas that I had corrected it, that us humans make mistakes from time to time. And she replied, I always think of you as superhuman. And so that's it. Miss Betty Ann Watkins wrote, I noticed that Family Dollar is on the agenda. Since it appears this will be done, please set up some type of enforcement so that it doesn't become trashy like all other Family Dollars. It will be an eyesore if you don't. What a shame. And then Miss Sharon Hammonds Glaze wrote to Betty Ann Watkins and said, please attend the meeting. And so then Miss Keisha, I've titled it up there so you'll know where it came from. And I'll go ahead and enter that into the record now. And that's it for me for now. It's 7:30. Do we want to take a 5-minute break and then we'll come back and hear some testimony? Or wait a minute, let me ask something here, Mr. Hartman.
Okay, and it's up, you're in charge. But do we want to
commissioner-
try and
yes.
wrap up ex parte?
Yes, let's
So
do
let
that.
me make a suggestion to move it along, is that each of you have a good example here of what is possible. And
Like mine wasn't a good example?
it's an example of what is possible, so it's very thorough.
Okay.
And what the mayor has done here that I would suggest is that when she mentioned an email that included all commissioners, that if you simply confirm at the beginning of any communications you want to share that the emails that included you were accurate, that she described them accurately. If she did not describe them accurately, please indicate how or why and your own version. But at the beginning of your ex parte, you can simply say, the emails the mayor mentioned that included me, I agree with her characterization of them. And then move on to any ones that are particular to you. Is that?
That's fine. Go ahead.
Okay.
Who wants to be first?
Mr. Tony does.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll take the lead.
All right.
It's, mine's only 42 pages.
All right. Well, maybe we should take a break.
Trust me, it's not like
Okay.
You're funny.
I will go ahead and confirm, as mentioned by the mayor, all the emails that have transpired through this office, through the city office, that was sent to all commissioners. I have read and understood those, and I concur with the mayor of their content and where they came from. And beyond that, I'm really going to be simple with it. I had, first of all, I had a contact from Mr. Bo May, been quite some time ago, so I can't give you the date. Probably been well over a year. Met with him personally. He expressed his concerns. Many of them were mentioned by the mayor in her presentation. They were all outlined almost verbatim to me. And I met with him face to face, and we talked about it. And he opposed the project for the dollar store, Family Dollar store. Also met with Miss Mel Kelly, talked with her, And basically, the same communication transpired back and between the two of us. And she voiced her concerns and issues, and she was opposed to the dollar store. Miss Beth Barber, that was an impromptu meeting. Actually, we were having morning coffee at the Carrabelle Junction, as we do a lot, and she and I had some conversation. Basically, I listened to her concerns, and some of those were expressed by the mayor and through her emails that we all commonly share that came through this office. And those were the 3 face-to-face contacts that I have that we had actual communication. I had no two-way communication by email from anyone other than what's already, those were not two-way, they were one-way communications to me, and I read those, and those were opposed. I had some of the same folks that came, approached, and did not actually, we did not actually have what you say, a sit-down meeting and a coffee and so forth. They approached and they supported the dollar store. Some of those the mayor mentioned. The Putnell family supported the dollar store. Nikki Millender supported the dollar store. Alan Millender, Rhonda Skipper, Gary Skipper, Jenny Daniels. Those were some of the folks that supported the dollar store. Now, they actually didn't have communications with people, any people other than that. So those basically is what I have to report, Mr. Attorney.
Very good.
Okay.
Thank you.
If I learn to read, I'll look it up and I may answer some of those texts.
Thank you, Commissioner Mathis. I appreciate that. Okay. Commissioner Allen?
I have very little memory of any conversations, and those of you who know that I'm dealing with tinnitus, and that means coming from the brain, and the memory is one of the problems there. But I did talk with Michael Pace the other day, and I just remembered his name, Michael, when she used it a while ago. And I think I may have mentioned it to Bo a couple of times, but it's just in passing, just like he's walking down the street and saying, hi, how are you doing, what's going on, and that kind of thing. And other than that, I have no recall of anybody calling me up and wanting to know my position and so on and so forth. So that's about all I can contribute. And I didn't know about this conversation until this afternoon, so I didn't have a chance. Well, I don't have anything in writing anyway.
Okay, and just, did you confirm the emails that included you?
Yeah.
You received those? Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
That's
Okay,
all I
and-
can say.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Allen. Commissioner Brown?
So all of the conversations that Mayor LaPaz reported that I was a part of were accurate. The only other conversations I've had are just passing by. People may give their opinion on it. I always advise them, if they have questions, contact the city, come to the meetings, watch the meetings online, and that's been my general response to anyone who's had an opinion that voiced it to me. And I haven't responded to any of the emails.
All right, and if you do remember the identity of the people that you had those
It
communications
was
with?
the same people that everyone else spoke to for the most part, Mr. Pace, Miss Tamra, a lot of the Putnells, a lot of the people that are here at the meeting. Mr. Christie, Randy Lee, Chase Chisholm, I'm trying to think of anyone who's not here. Mr. Skip Frank.
Okay, and Frank, let me put you on the spot real quick. Do you have any reason to believe you didn't receive those emails that were sent to the full commission?
I
You
don't
just,
pay no attention to them.
okay, so you didn't read them. Okay, understood.
I need to take Commissioner Mathis's approach. Life would be a lot easier. All right, does that seem sufficient?
That is.
Attorney Hartman?
Yes.
Okay, so now, according to the Jennings rule, what we have to do is allow the public to come on up here if they would like to, and I hope, yes?
Take 5.
Let's finish this
Okay.
public comment for this portion of the meeting. Okay, you'll need to come, and this is the time to... No, you have to come to the, I'm sorry, Ms. Genevieve, but this is the time that we will take public comment to refute or support any of the comments that that we just talked about.
I just want to say one thing. You keep talking about the historic district. What about the people?
And speaking to the microphone.
What about the people? There are people here that may not have cars, that can walk, can drive to Walmart in Crawfordville or anywhere else. And they could just walk down there and get birthday cards or just get groceries or whatever. This is what you think about the people. That's all I'm asking you to do. Think about the people, not the district. I've lived here all my life. We had more businesses when I was coming up than we have now. We had a movie theater down there where the man is so against this. That was our movie theater. And we had, I don't know how many grocery stores and little department stores. And you know what? It benefited the people. And that's what I want you to think about. Don't think about the district, the historic district. Think about the people. How it will benefit the people. That's what I want you to think about.
Okay.
Thank you very much
All
for
right,
listening.
thank you, Ms. Genevieve. Okay. All right, so is there anyone else who would like to speak on all of these comments that have been brought before you today? This is your time to do it, your opportunity to refute or support these comments. Okay, Mr. Bo May. And just introduce yourself for the record, please, sir. And for the court reporter, we have a court reporter here tonight.
Excellent. That was some display, Brenda.
I was told by the attorney I had to do it because I have a lot of actual emails. You know, anything I do can be tracked and traced through my emails, my phone text, my whatevers. And all my dirty underwear is out for everyone to see.
Gosh, we don't want that. Well, all of that, I'm going to take I'll be quick, but I am the owner of a real Carrabelle building on the corner. I feel I'm intensely affected by the possibility of a Family Dollar store for a number of reasons, besides including water, traffic, noise, light, park, just it becomes a different community.
Mr. May.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm going
I understand.
You need to.
But sorry, the purpose of this period right here, and I understand we just had a speaker that talked about this too, but you'll have ample opportunity to kind of present your case. This would be for if you think anything was said that was mischaracterized, the comments that were attributed to you, communications attributed to you, or something in those communications you wanted to address.
I'm getting there, Dan.
Okay, 3 minutes.
I'm using the time that same as she had to talk in general. 3 minutes. Okay, due to deficiencies of process and questionable procedures, Carrabelle Historical Preservation has retained counsel and will request a civil injunction and judicial review of all orders executed in regards to the Family Dollar Twin Rivers development application. And it's Mr. David Woodring, law firm in Tallahassee. Yeah. You didn't mention, Brenda, that you and I and Greg walked the parking lot
Okay, thank you.
on, I think it would be like the October, November 13th of 2020.
All right.
period. You were talking of your idea of the horseshoe
Yes, sir.
road around the building.
I believe you. And actually, because I cannot remember everything, and if I could, you asked me several times about meeting, and I
You came
concur.
on
I
a
concur.
Sunday, Saturday late, or Sunday afternoon.
Okay.
For about an hour and a half. We discussed traffic and how that might be handled, possibilities. What I still don't really understand is how that idea that you talked to, I guess, Mr. Large, about the horseshoe shape.
Yes, sir.
If suddenly you go blank as to what happened and how
have no-
Family Dollar would have ever come up with the idea that they would have access to Highway 98 and we would close the parking lot. Now, somewhere along the way, that idea transferred from them to us. We accepted the idea of giving up the highway access for absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. Which was equivalent to saying, we're going to give you what you want. That's what they wanted when they came, was Highway 98 access. It was not on the plan. I think it's Plan 7. Suddenly, Plan 8 comes up and there's access on Highway 98, and we're going to close the parking lot and we're going to drive through Family Dollar access, and that's a whole different idea. And you talked about it with me, but somewhere that idea just disappeared into the air.
I understand. I'm right there with you, Mr. May.
I mean,
And
I find that as confusing as some of Michael Pace's statements.
I will say it's unfortunate that you were unable to attend the November 5th, 2020 commission meeting where the commissioners did give Mr. Large permission with the attorney's approval to communicate with Family Dollar representatives. And Mr. Large did. But as far as where that entire proposal, when that was, if that was ever taken to the Family Dollar representatives, I have no idea.
Then I should ask Mr. Large, were you the messenger between
I know it.
a conversation with?
And then we're at 4 minutes, I believe, but go ahead.
You can throw me out if you want.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, I
Yes.
don't think it's appropriate to ask Mr. Large the question at this
Okay. Okay.
The portion in which we are is going over the comments that were made, not conversations that
Okay.
Mr. Large would have had.
Okay.
That's-
All
I
right. Very
accept
good.
that. He's my friend. I don't. But
Okay.
I will just say that one more time, that it is
I understand.
somehow sounds a lot like Watergate. And there's a photograph in the pool room somewhere. If not your dirty underwear, it'd be some other thing.
I know it.
that
If I
transpired.
had it, I would bring it forth.
And
And-
the city summarily granting that
Mm-hmm.
to Family Dollar. If they had said, no, there's no way to get to Highway 98, this project, we would not be talking about this today.
Mm-hmm.
It would be gone.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Yes, Dan.
Okay, and Mayor, one thing is you had mentioned the site visit on November 13. Mr. Bruce brought up a site visit in October. Just if
I
you would-
can't, honest to goodness, I can't, but do I need to enter that? I
No, if-
trust
if
Mr. May's
you- if you-
recollection.
If you recall having that site visit, you need to
It
say.
could have happened because I meet with so many people. I can't remember from what, I forgot what today's date was this afternoon. I cannot remember
It
from
was
one day.
early in that process. It was in that October time.
Okay. Well, and I do trust, I trust your recollection. And
Yeah.
we can enter that into the record, whatever needs to be done. We don't know exactly what day it was. Bo asked me, as I reported several times, to meet. I cannot find anywhere where I answered him. Maybe it was by phone call, which I don't take minutes of the phone calls. But I agree
We did that.
we
You had
met.
a drawing.
I did have a drawing. What did it look like?
It looked like a horseshoe around the post office.
Okay. All right, very good.
And became to no avail.
All right.
That's what it's good. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
Okay, is there any other public response to the comments that were made? Okay, Ms. Murray. And just state your name for the record and the court reporter.
Martha Murray, I just want to make sure that if I say something now in response, that doesn't make me give up my 3 minutes to...
No, you've got other
Okay,
times.
gotcha. Martha Murray, I've been sitting here as the rest of us for an hour and a half or more now, and I have to go on the record and say, I'm really, really disappointed when y'all laugh about things. This is serious business.
It is serious.
And there has been some very inappropriate, very disrespectful, I feel, laughing, particularly from you, Mayor Lopez.
This is a very stressful thing for me to do.
I understand. And I understand how it happens. But for the record, I find it really offensive. And secondly, to have someone sit here who's an elected official and admit to not reading emails from the citizenry, I'm sort of shocked. I'm sort of further saddened and really, really disappointed.
Ms. Murray, I would like to tell you that none of us are required to have a computer or have email.
Okay, I wasn't aware of that.
Yes,
Thank you.
and I mean, I don't even think we're required to have phones, let alone cell phones, and we all provide out of our own pocketbook our personal cell phones.
Thank you for that
We
clarification.
provide our personal computers.
Okay, I was not aware of any of that. Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, so anyone else? I beg your pardon, Ms. Glaze, please come forward if you have something to say.
He's laughing again. I don't even have to look up. First of all, I'd like to say that you left out one of my comments on your Facebook page.
Okay, maybe I didn't know how.
It included Mr. Mathis and cussing me and his doing this kind of behavior.
Was that something that was done before, like today or yesterday?
Yesterday.
Oh, you posted it there yesterday?
It was on the same page where
I'm
I
sorry.
asked someone to attend the meeting.
Okay.
And my comment was, which I'm also going to ask a question later since I know I'm not going to get a response right now, but on my sheet that my question is, I live in the ghetto, a ghetto created by the commissioners of the city. I appreciate that. I live in Meth Head City, where they have piles and piles of appliances, and they have a commune for the meth heads, and the cops drive by it every day, and I report to the sheriff all the time about they come in on bicycle, they come in, I had somebody by accident take out my mailbox in my fence, they come in on fence, they come in by foot, they come in by boat to my neighborhood. If this is how you run the city, how are you going to police a new store that's taken up all this disagreeable space? How are you going to keep it clean when all the stories are out?
Okay, and Ms. Glaze, do you have a comment regarding any comments that these commissioners talked about? And then you can, this topic that
I just want to know how it works that one can't read, one can't remember who's running the city.
We are elected officials, and the citizens of this city elect this board. Overall, we're doing the best we can with. All right, is there anyone else who has a comment regarding the comments that we just spoke about? Yes, sir, Mr. Looper. And please say your name for the record and the court reporter.
Dustin Looper, I'm with Twin Rivers Capital. I just wanted to quickly on the ex parte comments only. Regarding the 18-wheelers, just for...
Okay, please speak into your microphone.
Just for everybody's understanding, there's not a lot of truck traffic that comes to these stores. It's generally one truck a day, if that. Okay? That's just some information I wanted to volunteer for those of you concerned about that, because that is a valid concern whenever we do any development. The other one, a couple comments for sidewalk, retail. because of the way this store is designed and the parking and the pond, this actual building, which is going to be wrapped in brick, not like the Dollar General, will be about 100 feet off the road. And so it's not going to be right on the road like many of the buildings here are. So just a little information on that. And then that was it for now on the ex parte comments.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else who has a comment on the reports and disclosures that the commission just reported to you all? Anyone else? And believe me, this is serious. I have lost plenty of sleep over it. I've worked on that disclosure for a month, 2 weeks solid, till late last night. You all sit down and put together and try to figure out when you talk to somebody over the last year and 6 months. And it's very serious. And it is so serious that the lawsuits that are pending before me could hold me liable for not reporting everyone. It's very serious. And it's very serious for me to sit here in front of you all, who are supposedly my friends and neighbors, and tell you everything like that. You all need to be ashamed of yourselves. What we need to do right now is take a break.
Yes.
We'll reconvene this meeting. It's May 5th, 2022, and we're in the Carrabelle City Hall chambers for the Carrabelle City Commission. In the middle of our quasi-judicial hearing, Mr. Hartman, what's the next in line?
Okay, at this point, what we're going to do is just advise of the documents that have been entered into the record, which is the application by Twin Rivers for preliminary plat, site plan approval, and the April 13, 2022 letter from Innovia, which is review of the application by staff, the April 20, 2022 letter from Mr. Ian Waldick with attached engineering report, the mayor's ex parte report with the emails and texts and all those sort of things. That is also entered in the record along with the Facebook messages. A ex parte summary by Michael Pace that were dated December 10th, January 28th, and February 3rd, 2022. Those will be entered into the record. A May 4th, 2022 letter from Mr. Waldick and with engineering report attached. The comments from Ms. Suzanne Woodcock dated April 21st, 2022 that dealt with parking and traffic flow in that area. There's also a no adverse impact statement that dated May 5th, 2022 that was received today from Dewberry, which staff will make note of, but that those documents would be entered into the record here at the beginning of the hearing, and obviously the record is open to accept both testimony and other documents as we move forward. So that is that as far as the record. The next, obviously I mentioned staff comments which were contained in the letter, but I would turn it over, or Madam Mayor, you would turn it over now to staff for any of their comments on the application.
Okay, and that would be Mr. Large. Do you have any comments at this point in time, sir?
And, sorry, what I would ask, Madam Mayor, that you would ask, basically what we have is the P&Z recommendation. We had, it was conditional. It would be helpful to know from staff which conditions have been satisfied at this point.
Very
so which ones remain, which ones still need to
Okay, and
attach.
I think I'll go ahead and ask again, what are the conditions that were recommended by the P&Z, just to refresh everyone's memory? And then what have been, let us know what's been met at this point.
Sure. The conditions,
Or you want Mr. Large to do that?
he may not, he can answer the question, but
Okay.
because it was P&Z that attached the conditions.
All right.
So the conditions were that they show the addition of an 18-inch curb and gutter along the southern edge of the 6 parking spaces adjacent to the FDOT right-of-way, signed and sealed plans, a no adverse impact signed and sealed letter, and a commitment for reciprocal easements for traffic flow on the site.
Okay. All right, Mr. Large.
All right, thank you. Of those 4 conditions, the applicant has agreed to add the curb at the parking lot. So when the sign and sealed plans are submitted along with the sign and sealed reports, and that would include the stormwater report and geotechnical reports, those sign and sealed plans, that condition still remains, that the curb be added and that the applicant provides sign and sealed plans. The perpetual shared access to easement, I believe that's a legal condition that will be addressed at a different time. The no adverse impact statement was provided today, properly signed and sealed, so they have met that condition.
And then these, I think I remember we discussed sign and sealed plans, stormwater report, geotechnical report in accordance with Florida Administrative Code?
Yes, that's correct. Those documents need to be signed and sealed properly in accordance
Okay.
with FAC.
And that's a condition that was recommended by the
Yes.
P&Z? Okay. So let's understand here. I want to understand now what is outstanding. Is this, these signed and sealed stormwater report, geotechnical report, needs to be presented in accordance with the Florida Administrative Code?
Yes, that's one
Okay, and then the
condition.
reciprocal easement, but I'm understanding, as explained by staff, is that that can't really happen until Twin Rivers or whoever it is that's purchasing the property owns the property, and then that easement would be applied or drawn up. Is that correct, Mr. Hartman?
It would be granted, you can't be granted the easement until they own it.
Okay, if this project is approved. Okay, and then the 18-inch curb, that still remains open?
Yes.
Okay, when they submit their plan, their signed and sealed plans, that will be included in that, has to be?
Yes.
Okay, if we agree with that recommendation. All right. Are there any other comments by you, Mr. Large, at this point?
No further comments.
Okay. Does the commission have questions for Mr. Large at this point?
No, I understand the
Okay.
So at this point, Madam Mayor, you would ask the applicant to provide their presentation.
All right, then that is Mr. Looper. Please, once again, identify yourself. Please speak into the microphone because we're live on YouTube and we want everyone to hear and understand.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Very good.
Bear with me. I have a 2- and a 4-year-old, and I repeat myself a lot. So.
Okay, and speak a little slow.
Okay. Thank you again for meeting here. I'm happy to be here. Thank you to the P&Z members that are here and those that are not, that approved per Mr. Large's recommendation for our plan. And I just want to make a brief comment on the process as it's unveiled so far. And this is part of our normal process. We like you to, one of the main points of concern with any site, especially in an area like this, is stormwater. So like you are holding us accountable, we too are on that same page where we must hold our engineer accountable, and we are happy to do so because we've built over 100 of these things in the past 20 years, celebrating our 20-year anniversary this month. And this would be the first time the engineer's work did not pan out. And if that were to happen, it would be us going after them, just as if you would be coming after us. So it's us holding them accountable, you holding us accountable, and it's a good display of civil work to have a successful project. We've done it, like I said, over 100 times, and we are at the point now, per our engineer's recommendation, your engineer's recommendation, which we were happy to receive, and we're happy to move forward after your recommendation, which we would hope to get today. I'm going to keep it brief because I know there's going to be a lot of question and answer. I believe we all understand the project. If there's any specifics you would like to cover with regards to the outstanding conditions, number one, the reciprocal easement agreement. I've sent a draft to Mr. Hartman. We do a lot of those because this situation presents itself in a lot of retail development. It's pretty common. That is a permanent easement. It does run with the land. The others, the 18-inch curb, I believe our engineers already drawn that out. We just want to make sure we're 100% on that. That's an easy fix on the curb. And then the sign and sealed report, of course, once everything is 100%, sign and seal it per our normal process. So that's all for now. I'm sure I'll be up here to answer many questions, and I'll leave it at that for now.
Okay, I have a question for you. Is your Mr. Baxley, I think he is the engineer that's provided all the plans and?
Yes, he is the branch manager.
Is he here this evening?
He is not, no.
Okay, I have a question.
Uh-huh.
Will that engineer be providing oversight on the project?
Yes, they will be held accountable for the plan as it's drawn.
Will they be there with periodic inspections?
Our contractor will adhere and communicate with them throughout and until from the very first shovel to the very last brick. So our contractor runs the show as far as the actual construction, and they adhere to the drawings.
Okay, and I'm asking that as a matter of standard of practice, and if this project were to be approved, I'm not trying to insinuate, but if it were to be approved, then we can expect Dewberry representatives, engineers on site, following the construction progress.
Yeah,
Okay.
if we have questions of them, they are accountable throughout the entire process.
Okay,
They
thank you.
work in this county.
I beg your pardon?
They cannot, excuse me.
Please, we're not going to have loud outbursts. That's plenty.
So,
Now,
generally, and Russell can probably tell you, an engineer can do his greatest work from working from the site from afar, but seeing it is something they do. They work in this county a lot. They cannot, as a business perspective, I can't imagine they can allow this project to fail. So our contractor works with our engineers all the way through.
and we would expect them to be on site if the project is approved.
I would expect so, at least when needed, yes.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Does anyone on the commission have questions at this point? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have the applicant's testimony. Do we have, not staff, do we go to private counsel?
Actually, staff
Staff
testimony
needs to
would be.
testify?
Yes, regarding their review of the project,
All right.
the results of that.
Thank you, Mr. Large.
All right, thank you. We have reviewed 5 different submittals by the applicant dating back to August of 21. We had 19 comments that were produced through the course of that review. And through our review, we, on this very last submittal, the 5th submittal, based on those materials submitted in response to our comments, our review comments, we did recommend approval with 2 conditions. Those conditions were brought forward to the P&Z board, and to the 2 additional conditions which we've already discussed have been added. That's a broad summary of our review, but we did review this on 5 different occasions.
Okay. And then it seems like your last review was, then you had looking for the number of pages here, but I'll just count them.
7.
7-page report, a review on that, a report on your review of those plans. And that's available. I'm sure most of the folks in here, at least half of you, have already had a copy of that report, and it's available. I've reviewed it myself. Do we have questions to Mr. Large?
Not at this time.
Anyone have questions? Okay. All right, then we would have the private counsel testimony, Mr. Hartman.
Yes, if there's private counsel representing a party or parties, they're welcome
Okay, and I
to-
think we would have 2 then, right? 2 private counsels here. Yes, okay, I see. And we'll go alphabetically. Okay, Mr. Apgar, please announce say your name and all for the record there, please.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is is Bob Apgar. I'm from Tallahassee. I'm an attorney, and I represent the property owner. And I apologize for being hoarse. Commissioners, your job tonight is to review the record of this project to ensure that there is competent, substantial evidence to support a decision to issue the permit. This project has been through 5 very professional reviews. And at this stage in the process, you've been through comprehensive plan, you've been through zoning, which is where you consider what uses are appropriate on the property, whether those should be changed or not. That's all behind us. We know this property is properly zoned. Now we're at the stage of the development review where we apply more concrete standards. And for those, you have to rely on the work and the opinions of experts who are competent in their field And I think you have their opinions before you tonight. You have their reports from Mr. Large and from the Dewberry engineer that this project meets the standards of your plan and code. And I think, with respect, Commissioners, it is your duty tonight to approve this project. I know there's opposition. I've reviewed the written submissions from the opposition, one of whom is an engineer. What I noted in that review is nowhere in that engineer's statement does he say that this project violates your plan or your code. He suggests more review should be done. He wants to see different kinds of review done. But I can tell you that it would be legally impermissible for you to just come up with new standards tonight, just as this engineer's suggestion. Your duty tonight, your responsibility is to apply the code that you've adopted based on the evidence before you. I think it's clear that this project should be approved, and I recommend that you vote in favor of approval. Be happy to answer any questions.
I'm good, thank you.
Okay. Anyone have questions for Mr. Apgar at this point?
And by the way, that was the most thorough ex parte disclosure I have ever heard. I can't imagine that a court would ever find fault with this proceeding based on ex parte communication. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not a professional up in the higher courts or legislature. I'm not accustomed to giving presentations like that, Ms. Murray, and I did the best I could. Okay. Mr. Hartman, who's next?
I believe
Mr. Waldick, come on up.
Yep.
And please introduce yourself.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members of the Commission, my name is Ian Waldick. I'm an attorney from Tallahassee with Parker, Hudson, Rayner, and Dobbs, and I'm here before you tonight on behalf of Vision Carrabelle, LLC. Just briefly, initially, I'd like to ask the Commission's permission for just a little bit of leeway for time. I'm going to do my best to keep my comments brief. But what I'd like to do, with your permission, Madam Mayor, is kind of go through just a brief overview of our comments, and then I have 3 witnesses that I'd like to bring up, just ask a few questions of. That would substitute as their time to come up and make comment with your permission. So I would make that request.
Okay, all right, Commission. Miss Sabrina, is that all right? Okay, then.
And sorry, for the court reporter, we always get it, and I did it just now, nodding my head.
Excuse
me.
me, okay.
I'm sorry, always state
All
yes or no or your position, because the court reporter can't record nods of heads.
Okay, so it appears Mr. Hartman nodded yes, and all the commissioners have nodded to me and indicated that they agree to Mr. Waldick's request. So proceed, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to just clarify a couple things before I launch in. I just heard that the city received a new adverse impact statement today on May 5th. Is that true? Could someone just clarify what's the difference between that one and the one that was submitted dated April 28th?
I would let Mr. Large clarify that technical question.
Thank you.
Sure. The document that was submitted previously was not properly signed and sealed. So we asked the applicant to provide a properly signed and sealed document, which they did today.
Perfect. Thank you so much. The second thing I just wanted to clarify, and I could be mistaken, but I thought at the beginning of the hearing I heard that it was a 4-2 vote on the P&Z board. I was under the impression there were 5 members and it was 3-2. I, of course, would defer to the city on that one. Am I incorrect?
Okay, Ms. Keisha.
The P&Z board is a 7-member board, but 1 was absent.
Understood. Forgive me then. And with that, I will move into my comments. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you all today, and thank you for the effort and obvious commitment to be here during this lengthy hearing. We, representing Vision Carrabelle today, we're not here to delay this project as has been previously asserted at prior hearings. The group is here as concerned citizens simply to hold the applicant to its burden. Vision Carrabelle, just to be clear, does not have an application before this board. We don't have a burden. There are two necessary evidentiary burdens here to note. One on the applicant just to demonstrate compliance with the land development code, and the other is any decision here has to be supported by competent substantial evidence in the record. And just, we understand as well that this commission does not have the same discretion in this decision that it does, for instance, with a future land use decision or with a zoning decision. This is site plan review, and we understand that the commission's discretion is much more limited. This, as we've heard, is the fifth application that the applicant, fifth final site plan application that the applicant has submitted for approval to the City Commission. The city engineer has indicated through his reviews that the prior four were inadequate and did not meet the requirements of the Carrabelle Land Development Code. Similarly, this final site plan application respectfully does not meet the requirements of the Land Development Code. Just briefly, section 11.04.03D1 requires that a final site plan application be filed no more than 180 days after preliminary site plan approval. We argue that this was submitted well over a year after the initial preliminary site plan approval. In any event, the current report before you and the current application still provides inadequate stormwater assurances under the Land Development Code. We're particularly concerned about prior inaccurate statements that were made before the P&Z board about whether the applicant had a proper self-certification at the time. We do understand that the applicant has updated their self-certification and has a new one on file with the Northwest Florida Water Management District. Section 7.07.04 sub D of the Carrabelle Land Development Code says all development shall control stormwater runoff for the purpose of preventing flooding in adjacent areas or pollution of water bodies. We're concerned that the applicant's engineering reports don't adequately provide those assurances. In particular, we're concerned that the report doesn't, the tailwater condition in the report does not adequately account for the history of flooding on the property. Instead, it just ignores the actual history that property has previously flooded. We also think that it's prudent that it be analyzed in the context of a 100-year storm event, and it should also be analyzed in the context of a Category 2 hurricane. These were addressed in prior written submissions, so I'm not going to belabor them. Dewberry undertook, with all due respect, minimum effort to complete the site plan. It has gone through 5 separate submissions now. First 4 were inadequate, and it, admittedly, significant changes have been made to the plan as a result of this process, and it is a lot better shape than it was when it was first submitted to the city. We did have concerns coming into this hearing, also that the no adverse impact statement that was provided by Dewberry's representatives were not properly signed and sealed. However, it does appear that they've provided those documents adequately as well. One thing I did want to point out, during the P&Z board hearing, the applicant made representations that the site as developed would be effectively level with the road and with the neighboring properties. However, the applicant's own site plan demonstrates that the building elevation is going to wind up a few feet above where the road is and 6 to 7 feet above where the parking lot for the post office is, elevation-wise. We're concerned about that. We're concerned that that could have implications for the city's participation in the FEMA flood insurance program, as I'm going to have a witness testify about in a minute. And the last two things that we're really concerned about is that there hasn't been a traffic study that's been conducted on this proposed development. We believe that it's within the city's ability and power to require a traffic study to be done, and we think it would be prudent in the context of this development on a major highway and abutting a local road as it is to require a traffic study. We're also concerned that the city didn't hold a separate public hearing about abandoning the post office ingress, egress. We do understand, however, that the applicant does appear to be willing to provide reciprocal easement in perpetuity. So that is what it is. And so with that, I would like to just call a few witnesses before you. The first one, I'd like to call up our engineer, Mr. Ken Jones.
Hello, Mr. Jones, if you'll just say your name for the record.
So I'm Ken Jones. I'm a civil engineer from Tallahassee, Florida.
Okay, good to see you. I've read your reports. Thank you.
And Ms. Dempsey, if you could move to the next slide on that PowerPoint presentation. Mr. Jones, I'm going to start. Can you just tell us your name and a little bit about your background and professional history?
I'm a civil engineer, registered Florida PE, and I have worked in the industry since 1982. I got my graduate degree in physical oceanography and have worked with a number of national firms in doing coastal land development and coastal engineering projects. And I was the national lead for coastal engineering and ports for an international consulting firm.
Okay. And you did mention you're a licensed professional engineer in Florida?
That's correct.
That's right. Okay. And a letter from you dated April 18th, 2022 was attached to Vision Carrabelle's letter. Have you read that letter? Did you author it?
Yes.
Okay. I believe a copy of your resume was also attached to the letter. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that resume is current and accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And just briefly, so how many years experience do you have dealing with stormwater and coastline engineering, approximately? Yeah.
30, 35, something like that.
Okay. At this point, I would move to qualify Ken Jones as an expert witness. Madam Mayor.
He seems mighty happy. He's laughing about it. It's a serious matter here.
Yeah, as we've all recognized. Yes, ma'am.
Do we need to, a motion to recognize Mr. Jones?
You as chairperson can recognize him as an expert.
I will certainly recognize you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Up on the screen, Mr. Jones, is an attachment to Vision Carrabelle's letter. Can you tell us what that is?
So that is the LiDAR depiction of basically the contours, the land elevations in and around Carrabelle. The brown and white are highlands, and as you get into the greens, you get lower and lower. The red line around where it says post office is the site that we're talking about, and it indicates that that's about the lowest or close to the lowest elevation in that area.
I'm really sorry to do this. I am not feeling well physically. Can I ask for a 5-minute recess?
Yes, sir, that's fine. That's fine. Can we get you some cold water?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd like a water if that's
And just have a seat wherever you need to.
Yeah.
Dang.
We'll reconvene this meeting. It's May the 5th, 2020. We're in the Carrabelle City Hall chambers. Okay, Mr. Waldick.
Perfect, and thank you again for the brief recess. So, Mr. Jones, I was asking you if you could describe what's up on the screen there. And I think you gave us an explanation. So can you tell us the red outline, is that the parcel that's at issue?
Right, the red outline is the parcel. It sits largely in the deep greens, which is an indication that it's the lowest area in that portion of Carrabelle.
Okay. And what does that mean, just from a flooding aspect? Is that, can you elaborate on that?
Sure. Well, and if you go to the next slide, because I think
Sure.
the next one is so that's the floodplain, the FEMA floodplain, and this indicates that the vast majority of the site sits within in the floodplain, and that's been designated by the engineers, and it states basically that there's an expectation that flooding in this area would occur up to elevation 15. So the thing to think about when you're looking at that last frame, which is the LiDAR and the larger perspective of the downtown Carrabelle, and then you're looking at the floodplain that indicates all of that area floods, then there's a level of, or an extra level of due diligence that you want to be looking at as it relates to how this development is going to fit in with the rest of that neighborhood. This is the last major parcel in downtown Carrabelle, so it has there's a little more onus on it as far as what happens when you go and develop this last large site within this basically a cereal bowl in the middle of Carrabelle. And so that's, when I look at this as an engineer, my first thing is, what are we going to need to do from a land development perspective in order to mitigate anything else from any of the other neighbors, any of the other parcels on the property, if we came in and did a development like this.
And can we move to the next slide, please? Thank you so much. And Mr. Jones, can you tell me what this looks like to you?
So this is a site plan. David Prentice had called me up and asked me to look at the elevations and mark the elevations for him of different parts of the site that were kind of key elements in the development. So the finished floor elevation is 16 and some change. Elevation 16, which is a foot and a few inches above the FEMA floodplain. Those buildings adjacent to it on the right are somewhere around 11, I think 11.6. The parking lot is around an elevation 9, which is about 7 feet below the finished floor. Excuse me. And all of the land that you see that's on the site plan has been filled from what was an elevation 10 to upwards to be able to accommodate that elevation 16. So you have this large amount of fill on the site itself.
Okay.
I have a question. Okay, so you just said all the land that we see on the site plan is going to be filled, all that land?
All the land on the parcel that the Twin Cities?
Twin Rivers.
Uh-huh.
Sorry. is going to be filled except for that stormwater pond on the right side.
Okay, all the land is going to be filled except the stormwater pond.
That's right, and there's actually a parcel to the
Which part of it is going to be filled the most?
right where the building is.
Right where the building
And
is.
right where the parking lots are.
But they'll be like filled at different levels, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Mr. Jones, have you reviewed the most recent final site plan application that the applicant has submitted?
I believe so.
Okay. And do the application materials anywhere indicate that the applicant has accounted for the property's history of flooding?
So like I said, well, my answer to that directly is the only places that they said anything about the flooding was the mentioning of the 100-year floodplain and what they called a verification of the compensatory volume. And there was a little bit of information as it relates to how high stormwater would get into the stormwater pond. In a development like this, I mean, this is a difficult site. It's a really difficult site. And in a development like this, from a narrative point of view, if you're trying to demonstrate what it is that you're trying to accomplish as it relates to stormwater, flood protection, and things like that, you want to provide as much information so that people understand what the impacts of this is going to be. So I would have expected some sort of narrative and analysis that would have looked at just how often these low areas flood and when do they flood. Is it a 10-year flood or a 25-year flood or whatever? Those are the kind of things that I would begin to look at because I want to know what the impact is before I get there and potentially what the impact's going to be when I'm done. I would also really like to see a much better analysis. The only comment that I saw in the report at all was they felt they were being conservative in establishing a tailwater condition, but there was no discussion or anything that outlined how they decided they came out with this tailwater condition, which is the most critical piece of how you would do any of your analysis. And I would also want to understand if in a 25-year storm, is this parking lot being flooded today? Is it being impacted today? And what development, if we come in and do this development, how would that change what that impact is going to be? They also talk about compensatory storage, but they defer the comment of compensatory storage to another engineer. And there's nothing in their documents that say that they did any analysis or they have certified or they have, I think the consultant used the word verified, the civil engineer to design project. Dewberry stated they verified a compensatory volume calculation, and there's nothing in the documents that says that. And so what we have now is a case where Dewberry has signed and sealed a no adverse impact statement, which is perfectly appropriate, but now you start to say, okay, their lack of recognition of this one major issue, the compensatory storage calculations by another engineer who has not signed and sealed a statement that they've met the criteria that they need to for a floodplain analysis, kind of potentially lets them off the hook. And so there's an issue that needs to be addressed, and I address that in all 5 of my letters of every single site plan, that no one has gotten and conducted an appropriate compensatory analysis, storage volume analysis on that project. So there's nothing that proves that they've done anything to mitigate the fill that they've put in the floodplain. And let's remember, this whole area is floodplain. The entire site is floodplain. And so it's not a trivial exercise to go through and document that now that we've done all this planning, that we have not increased the flooding anywhere in that 100-year floodplain basin. And so to me, that's a deficiency. Yes, ma'am.
Since I don't have a higher education like many people in this room, what does compensatory storage mean?
So you have this cereal bowl, right? And all of it floods.
Mm-hmm.
And now you're going to pile a bunch of cereal in it. And so you have to make the cereal bowl bigger to offset the material that you put into this bowl.
Mm-hmm.
And they have dug a hole. I grant that, they've dug a hole, but no one has said that hole meets the compensatory storage criteria that's required if you're building in a 100-year floodplain.
And the hole is,
The hole's up on the backside of that property. Whoa, I'm sorry.
okay, oh, so like their retention pond?
Well, they have two. They have a stormwater retention pond that's on their right,
Yes, sir.
and then they have another hole that they've dug,
Planning to,
or they
proposed.
they proposed to
Yes, sir.
in the back.
Mm-hmm.
And they say, someone says, that that hole meets this requirement, and Dewberry says that this other engineer who designed this hole is the one who verified it, but there's no documentation that says from the first engineer that says this is what I did. He just put a hole in there, and Dewberry said, we're relying on this other engineer. There is no report, and in a flood,
No sidebar conversations, please.
in an area where you are filling a 100-year floodplain, you should have a report that frames up how you mitigated for that fill. And it's not trivial on this site, because you not only have the issues of your regular stormwater and meeting the 100-year flood criteria as far as your regular stormwater, all the surrounding basin that goes into it, which it took them a long time to figure out just how much water was actually going into it. But you also have all this coastal flooding. And so the surge up and down the river, as it relates to different levels of flooding, have to be analyzed so that you know how to deal with both stormwater at the 25-year and at the 100-year level, but also what is going to be the impact of what you're doing on that floodplain, and how is that going to be translated to the rest of that portion of the floodplain, which are all those houses and parking lots. That parking lot is so low.
Which one are you talking about?
The parking lot behind the post office is so low that that's where it's going to come back and fill up first. And so there's a process that an engineer should go through that looks at that bigger picture, and you can analyze whether or not what you're doing actually has been mitigated, so that you're not causing damage to everybody else around you. And that's an obligation of the engineer and the developer in the work that they're doing. And I think it's framed up pretty well in the ERP process, which you didn't have to go through because you were self-certified. And it's also written into your land development code that you cannot alter the 100-year floodplain.
Do you have any other opinions about this right now?
No, I think.
Okay.
Unless you got more questions.
Got no further questions?
Let me ask the commission,
Yeah,
do y'all have any questions? Okay. We'll have just write your question down, Ms. Kathleen, and we'll have an opportunity to, is that correct? She'll have her opportunity shortly.
That's correct. So,
Okay.
so none of the witnesses should leave whether it be the public, the commission, all this, you will have an opportunity to ask questions.
Yes.
Call it cross-examination of witnesses.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Kathleen, you will have an opportunity.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Jones. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Suzanne Woodcock. And these last two, I just have a few questions for.
Okay.
Watch your feet.
I'm doing much better, much better. Yeah, thanks for asking.
One of my jobs was a volunteer EMT, so I was just checking make sure he was okay.
Good.
Oh, sorry. I just said one of my jobs was a volunteer EMT, so I was just checking to make sure he was okay.
Okay, please, please identify yourself.
My name is Suzanne Woodcock.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Can you tell us about your You have a background in planning, right? Can you tell us some about that?
Yes, I've been a land use planner and consultant in Florida for 20-plus years. I worked for the Department of Community Affairs, and I also worked for consulting firms and did my own consulting. I worked on major projects, was responsible for the review of development for Leon, Gadsden, Jefferson, Wakulla County. I've worked in land use issues and negotiations throughout Florida, communities from Franklin County, Dixie County, a lot of rural counties. I did a lot of emphasis on my consulting on rural counties. I've testified as an expert witness in land use cases.
Okay, hold on. We've got some conversation going on in the back. I'm sorry, Miss Suzanne.
That's fine.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
I've
Proceed.
testified as an expert witness in various land use cases, both on behalf of cities, neighborhood groups, and for the state of Florida. I wrote grants in Franklin County. I've written grants for Florida Forever and Preservation 2000, and did quite a few in Franklin County.
We attached to the Vision Carrabelle letter a letter explaining the elevation of the proposed development and potential flood insurance program participation impacts. Did you author that letter?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Yes, I did.
And we attached a copy of your resume to that letter as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is that resume accurate?
Yes, it is.
Okay. At this time, I would move to qualify Ms. Woodcock as an expert witness in land use planning.
That's fine.
Okay, I will accept that.
Thank you, Madam
Since you recommended Mr. Walden.
Thank you. Ms. Woodcock, could you just tell me briefly about the elevation issues discussed in the letter?
Yes. When we were at this Planning and Zoning Board meeting on April 21st, 2022, and in the previous, all of the communications, we've addressed the issues of flooding and the floodplain and the elevation. And at that meeting, the city clerks, in concern and questions, the city clerk stated that proposed development could not be higher than adjacent properties, and the city engineer stated there were no further issues related to flooding. The applicant's representative from Twin Rivers, Mr. Looper, incorrectly stated the building was level with the street and the surrounding areas. And as Mr. Ken Jones if you stated, if you review the site plan, I went back and I looked at the site plan, and the finished floor elevation shown in the site plan is 16.16 feet, and as Mr. Jones stated, that is higher than the adjacent properties. And I'm not going to get into the details, he already gave you that. I looked at the city's land development code, and one of the key things as a land use planner in Florida is I worked with communities when they wrote their comprehensive plans, and then when they wrote their land development code, which implements their comprehensive plan. And the land development code really is your roadmap to how to implement your comprehensive plan. And in the land development code, it states in part 3.06.00 flood damage prevention that the city administrator, as the city's floodplain administrator or a designee, needs to review development and also look at all supporting documents to ensure that the proposed elevation of properties as shown in the site plan and the cumulative effect of those proposed developments combined with all other existing anticipated flood hazard area encroachments will not increase the base flood elevation more than 1 foot at any point within the community and meet all other requirements of this code and ensure the city of Carrabelle continues to meet the requirements of the National Flood Insurance Program for community participation. This is a federal requirement, and this, as a land use planner, this is a concern because I've seen and traveled and seen the results of extensive flooding from, rainstorms or hurricanes throughout Florida. If the city of Carrabelle does not ensure this and does not meet the requirements in their land development code, they could risk jeopardizing the city's participation in the National Flood Insurance Program. In a nutshell, that means that people in Carrabelle could lose the right to purchase flood insurance or make any claims for flood insurance. That's why, as a land use planner, this is a crucial issue.
Thank you, Ms. Woodcock. Do you have any further opinions or concerns about the site plan application?
Yes, I have a couple of issues too. And the one that I want to mention is Mr. Looper, who is a new participant from Twin Rivers. I noticed in the last application that it said retail stores, and then in parentheses, and then in this one it says on the agenda, retail store sales. And I wondered why it said that. So I did some research, and the application that you're looking at is an application from Twin Rivers Development. They are a development company out of South Carolina, and they are asking for a 10,000 square foot building. Twin Rivers business, and if you look at it, is to build the buildings. They develop, they're a real estate developer, they build the buildings, and then they lease them out. A lot of their buildings they lease out. Their customers are Amazon, their customers are Family Dollar. This application is not actually from Family Dollar, it's, and correct me if I'm wrong, this is with Twin Rivers Capital. The Family Dollar business model that I researched, wondering why they changed it to retail store sales, the average size is about 6,000 to 8,000 square feet. This could be, in my opinion, as a planner, I think it's important that the city knows what they're approving or disapproving. If you're looking at this, this is a 10,000 square foot building with parking lots and extensive stormwater facilities, and you have these flooding issues and you have the elevation issues and the other issues that you're looking at approving it, and what will be in that site, you really don't know. You really don't know what it's going to be. And I may, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's my concern as a planner, that the city should know what they're approving and what's being built here. The other issue is the applicant stated at the last meeting, we don't lose. We don't lose, we win. We win. This is not a game of losing and winning. This is the city of Carrabelle. As a lady said earlier, this is the people of Carrabelle, and this is your property. And it's important. You have a commercial land use designation, correct. But I have seen over and over again in my history that communities that have commercial development, and you don't have the standards, but they have a commercial property, it doesn't mean that you can build the biggest and greatest commercial. You can have different scales of commercial based on the land and the capabilities of the property. The last issue that I want to raise, and that we've raised, and I've been raising this and asking questions about this for a long time, is the access point. That how will this affect the continued existence of the City of Carrabelle's post office and the safety and access for people getting in and out of the Family Dollar parking lot and the post office? I had asked for the site plan for the post office. The post office lease, I had, and I'm sorry, and Keisha did provide me with the draft of the lease, but the lease from the post office says that they need a site plan with it. So I asked for that site plan to see if the site plan that the city provided the post office for the lease they're about to enter into is the same site plan that Twin Rivers is proposing. Because it's a concern if that post office, you sign a lease, the site plan is not the correct site plan, then it floods, or there's an issue of transportation, traffic safety, that the post office could walk away. And that is huge for the city of Carrabelle. And I just ask that you look, in my opinion, the city should look very closely at that site plan and at that lease and make sure that they don't jeopardize the existence of the post office in Carrabelle. And the last thing is that the city negotiated, or however it happened, that the city is giving away a valuable access point to Highway 98. Once that, if the Family Dollar or whoever's going to build this doesn't build it, or they go away and they abandon it, or whatever, the city is left with a parcel of land that is right now the post office that does not have access to Highway 98, and that could significantly reduce the value of that property and limit the city's economic development for that future of using that property. So even though the city at one meeting did approve, closing that access point, I believe that if that access point, closing that, is not in the city's best interest and is not good planning, that the city could rescind that access and keep that property intact until they're assured that all of their requirements are met. Sorry if I'm shaking a little bit. I drove from Panama City today, and my air conditioner died. So
you don't need a break.
I don't need a break.
You don't need to sit down for a minute. No. Thank you, Ms. Wood.
No laughing.
Sorry.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Suzanne. That was interesting.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Do the commissioners have questions?
No questions.
No questions. Yes, sir, Mr. Waldick.
I've got one final witness I'm going to call.
Okay, that's fine.
Could I ask one question? Who is this gentleman sitting over here?
Okay, that is Mr. Josh Pasqualone, and he is an attorney representing the staff, the city staff. And Mr. Hartman is here this evening representing the commission.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Prentice, I'd like to call you up. Much better. Thank you for asking. That's never happened to me before. No.
Let's hope it doesn't happen again.
Fingers crossed.
Yes,
Yeah.
for your health.
All right. Mr. Prentice, could you give us your name for the record?
Sure. I am David Prentice, and I'm here tonight representing Vision Carrabelle LLC.
Can you tell me about your connection to Vision Carrabelle?
I am the president of Vision Carrabelle.
Okay. Do you own any property nearby the proposed development?
Yes, I own property a block and a half to the east of the property, the potential property.
Okay. Do you believe you'll be substantially affected by the development?
I do believe that my property values will diminish with this development. Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you have any additional concerns about the development other than what's already been covered today in questioning? Or would you like to say anything else?
Yes, I'd like to offer some comments tonight.
Go ahead.
Thanks.
Please do.
So thank you for the opportunity to appear before you this evening. I've got a couple really smart people that have said a lot about the engineering and the land development code, so I'm not going to belabor those issues. May make a couple comments, but I do want to make a few points. First of all, contrary to the applicant's prior assertions at the recent P&Z meeting, Planning and Zoning meeting a couple weeks ago, Vision Carrabelle is not here today to delay this project. We are here as concerned citizens to hold the applicant to its burden of providing a safe and accurate site development plan. Vision Carrabelle has no burden here. As good citizens, we are simply assisting the city of Carrabelle in ensuring a thorough and complete evaluation of the final site plan application and in the determination as to whether it satisfies the requirements of the Land Development Code. The engineering firm Dewberry, who most definitely has a burden here, undertook minimum effort to complete this site plan report. There were no less than 5 goes at this, 5 submissions, because the first 4 were woefully inadequate. Reading Mr. Large's comments to submissions 3, 4, and 5, I have to admit, I got a chuckle each time by his use of italics. I could almost hear him saying, "This is the 3rd time I've reviewed this site plan. This is the 4th time," and on and on. It was suggested at the last Planning and Zoning meeting that Vision Carrabelle was wasting the city's time and money with frivolous complaints about the proposed site plan. I will now offer an alternative narrative that, in fact, it is the applicant and their engineer that has wasted the city's and Vision Carrabelle's time and money with incompetent plan submittals. Lastly, the entire application ignores the history of flooding at this site. It's as if the large concrete drain in the middle of that open field is absolutely invisible. This is a complex flooding development project that has been given minimal effort, like I said, 5 times. So in closing, I'll say this. There is a win-win-win opportunity here. The city of Carrabelle can benefit from increased tax revenue from a new retail store development. Twin Rivers can have its new retail store. And the city of Carrabelle and its citizens can maintain the opportunity to grow in a vibrant, productive, a vibrant, productive vacation destination if one change is made. There are many in this room, you've heard from a lot of them, and as Madam Mayor, you articulated clearly with all the ex parte communications that you detailed, that there are a lot that are unhappy with the idea of a large retail store in the downtown historic district to be located in what is, for all intents and purposes, the downtown water retention pond. So this win-win-win thing can happen with just one thing. And Mr. Looper, I offer to you right here and right now Vision Carrabelle's assistance in locating a better site for your development. What do you say? I hope you'll think about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Prentice.
Let me ask the commission.
Yes, ma'am.
Do the commissioners have questions for Mr. Prentice at this time?
No.
Okay. And let me note that all the commissioners, they haven't said it, but they're saying no. Okay. Nodding no. And thank you, Mr. Prentice.
Thank you.
Okay.
With that, Madam Mayor and members of the commission, we would ask that the city deny this final site plan application because it hasn't adequately addressed the stormwater conditions on the site. It hasn't adequately addressed or acknowledged the history of flooding on this site. And if the commission is not inclined to deny the application, we would ask the commission to at least continue the item so that the concerns that we've raised can be more fully addressed. I'm happy to answer any questions that the commission may have.
Do we have questions for Mr. Waldeck at this time? And let the record show that the commissioners are nodding no and saying no in a low voice. Thank you, Mr. Waldeck. We appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, absolutely.
Okay. Okay. So, Mr. Hartman, where are we next on this list of?
So now what we would hear, Madam Mayor, is public testimony supporting. This is public testimony supporting the application.
Okay.
And if I could, well, yes, that's it. And what I'm suggesting, just so everybody can kind of think about this and prepare, is that we have we'll have public testimony supporting, public testimony opposing, and then we'll have the rebuttal. And during the rebuttal, if there are specific questions of different witnesses, we can deal with those then, as far as, I'm going to call it cross-examining witnesses.
All right.
That's
So your public comment then, any public comment that is supporting this proposed project, this would be the time for you to come forward and speak. If you are in support of this proposed project, this would be the time for the public to speak.
I got a question.
Okay, please come to the podium and Mr.
Not supporting, not supporting, but I have a couple.
Mr. Waldeck.
Should I say that for later?
Save that for rebuttal.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, come forward and speak your name, Miss Nikki. Let us know your name for the record.
Nikki Millender, born and raised here, resident of Carrabelle, Florida. I live within the city limits of Carrabelle and on property within the city limits. I'm completely 100% for the dollar store. I understand a lot of folks don't want it, but you know, as being local living here, like Miss Genevieve spoke earlier, I mean, you've got a lot of folks that live here that doesn't have means of transportation, don't have family here. I mean, I went just yesterday to the dollar store to buy a simple bag of dog food. Between the dollar store and Carrabelle IGA, I could not get a bag of dog food nor a box of saltine crackers. I clean houses. I can't buy no cleaning supplies hardly ever at our local dollar store because they're continuously bought up. I mean, and as far as I know, a lot of people spoke about flooding. I've lived here 44 years. I ain't never seen that piece of property, even in Hurricane Michael, flooded. I ain't never seen water sitting on it, but that's what you guys have your engineers hired and everything else to do. But I completely 100% support it. One question, Mr. Prentice, is he on the bike shop?
We'll let Mr. Prentice answer that.
I do not own the bike shop, no ma'am.
Okay, I was just wondering because I thought he was there. But you know, lots of people talk about the eyesore and stuff. Let me tell you, when you drive down Marine Street, that to me is what I consider downtown and fully think it should be nice and kept up and all, because you do have lots of visitors, all of you guys, nice little stores. But when I drive down through there and I see drunks out there in front of the bar room hanging out, drug deals going on at their vehicles and stuff, I'm sorry, but that's what I call an eyesore. An eyesore is me sitting there living all the way across town at 12 o'clock at night hearing Fathom's band all the way at my house. But do I complain? No. That's some people's business, how they make their living. Or vehicles illegally parked. Everybody's complaining about the park. What about the illegal vehicles parked on Highway 98 to where they cross the road illegally to go to Fathom's to have them a drink or a meal? I mean, come on, there's lots of things that happen around this town that we don't like or may not like. What's it hurting closing off one entrance to open another one? But I completely support having the dollar store here. Thank you.
Okay, and thank you. Did the commissioners have any comments or questions for Ms. Nikki Millender? Okay. So now, is there any further public comment supporting this proposed project? In support of the proposed project? We're going to move forward now. Your opportunity is dwindling away. All right. So then we'll have public comment opposing the project. Is that right? Public comment opposing the project. And Mr. Hartman agrees
Correct.
that that is correct. So we would want to take public comment opposing the project. Okay, Ms. Kathleen.
My name is Kathleen Oman. I am a resident of this city. And one thing, why was there no traffic study? I know everybody talks about 98, but St. James Avenue is going to take a hit. And it's a small road, and I don't know why, because if you have people parked at the Carrabelle Hotel and you're turning onto St. James Avenue, you better be glad nobody's coming the other way. Plus, when I first moved here, Cal Allen, you told me, look around, what do you see? It's a nice building, nice town. He goes, you don't see McDonald's, you don't see Pizza Hut, you don't see the big box stores. I don't know if you've changed your mind, but I'd rather not see that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Kathleen. Is there any other public comment opposing the proposed project? Okay, and I see Ms. Murray, and then I'll call Ms. Sharon Glaze. Ms. Murray, please come forward. And then any other after that will be Ms. Sharon Glaze.
Martha Murray, not to be repetitive, I think we've covered a lot of ground here tonight, and I think you all know what's before you and what the issues are. And I'm gonna repeat what David Prentice said about the location. This town is ripe for development. There are lots and lots and lots of properties that this kind of store could be sited at. And in my opinion, to site it on that little piece of property right smack in the middle of downtown is perhaps the worst place for such a store in this community. The worst. And I say that because I don't think it will do damage. I don't think it will do, well, we'll change the flavor. I think it will be a fatal decision for this community. Short-sighted, put a store there that forever, and I mean forever, changes what we have. Move it down the road a little ways, it doesn't change the flavor. So again, I'm going to say, please think about looking at another location if you really have to have a store in Carrabelle.
All right, do the commissioners have any comments or questions for Ms. Murray?
No.
Okay, and the commissioners are saying no for the record. Thank you, Ms. Murray. Ms. Sharon Glaze.
Well, I think all the problems.
Okay, go ahead and announce because we have a court reporter here.
Sharon Glaze. I live in the city. I'm a property owner and a taxpayer.
Very good.
I think that, thank you. I think that all the problems have been verbalized, and I know there's a big Mexican standoff. I'm not concerned myself with what goes on, whether or not it gets spilled, because we have Vision Carrabelle looking out for us and what they pointed out about the engineer. The only problem I actually have with anything that was said here was when you asked 3 times about an engineer and he didn't respond that yes, the engineer would be on site. He said that the contractor would be on site. That's not the same as the engineer. He said he would be communicating with the engineer. That's not having the engineer on site, seeing what's going on. And yeah, great, he might be a fantastic contractor. Does that mean he's telling the whole truth and nothing but the truth to the engineer on the phone? I don't think so. And the other problem is we have no code enforcement in this city. No code enforcement. There's rats, there's roosters, there's just meth heads. Like I said, now they come in on boat across the street from my house. From boat. You can watch them. They hide their heads from my cameras. So we have this problem. We have them throwing, when they come through to go get their meth, they throw all the trash on the side of the road. I had to put signs up saying, you're being recorded. If you don't take your trash, I'm going to report you. So now I don't have any trash in front of my house. That's me taking care of my own problem. How are y'all, with no code enforcement, I've never even seen a food inspection sign in this town. How are you going to police what goes on in a big box store parking lot? I saw a drug deal at IGA while I was in my car. I knew he was a meth head. I watched to see what he was doing out there. I saw the car pull up with a meth head. He got in the car. They didn't even bother leaving or shutting the doors. They did the deal right there in the IGA parking lot. How are you going to stop that from the dollar store, which is in the same little 1-block area? How are you going to stop people? Mathis has 2 lots down from his house. People pull up in trucks and dump trash and furniture. How are you going to stop that at the dollar store when, you know, they're public? How are you going to stop that? Who's going to police them? That's what I want to know. Thank you.
Okay, and I thank you very much, and you did that in under 3 minutes.
I did?
Yes, congratulations. Thank you. All right. Is there any other comment in opposing this project? Yes, Mr. Lewis, please come forward.
Thank you for letting me speak. My name's Louis Christie. I, for years, owned a store downtown on Marine Street, paid taxes. I still have a financial interest in that building, so I would like to express my concerns for the community. We came to this community over 10 years ago, lived in Tallahassee all my life, been coming down here since a child with my family. And the charm of this community, the actual quaintness of it, what's really great about this community is the potential for this community. And that's why I came here, built a house, bought the store building, created a business that's still running today. I'd like to see that improve, get bigger, more of that. I think that our small town charm is one of its greatest assets, but I think if you put this building with what other Dollar Trees and Family Dollars look like in East Point, it will ruin that charm of this town. When I was in Mobile, Alabama recently, Mobile has codes to try to make their town look, you know, aesthetically pleasing as the rest of it does. And keeping that in mind, I brought a couple of copies if I could pass this around for you guys. There's 2 copies of each one. 2 copies of each of these pictures. These are pictures of McDonald's in Mobile, Alabama, in the historic district. And then one of them is of Burger King. And if you look at that, these really look nice the way they're constructed. Now, I'm not arguing about, I don't agree with putting this in the floodplain and all the other points that have been brought up, concerns. I have those concerns as well. But if you're going to put one there, let's try to take something that's going to be, in my opinion, a negative and make a positive by constructing it to look pleasing, aesthetically pleasing. And if you, the city, are going to give away that right-of-way for the access and egress, ingress to the property, maybe you can swap that out for an agreement from the builder to actually develop it to look a building like this. That would be more pleasing to the eye than what you see downtown in East Point. So that's all I've got to say.
Okay. Do we have, thank you, Mr. Lewis. And you did that under 3 minutes, too. Thank you very much. Do
Any
we have
questions?
Do we have questions for Louis Christie here? Okay. And I thank you very much. And I just want to, at this time, I want to enter something into the record, Mr. Hartman, if that's possible. Since we've got, they're commenting about this public access. And over the years, and I've been an elected official almost 11 years, and I have received, many complaints about that access there. And I used to sit for many years on the Franklin County Community Traffic Safety Team and was the chair of that team for many years. And so back in March of 2017, we had so many complaints, and I've got some emails here that and text on those complaints, and pictures even, good pictures, that we wrote, I did as the chair on behalf of that traffic safety team, to the DOT, and received, some information on what we could do to help remedy that situation. And it was the only egress, and it's an egress, it's not an ingress. So the DOT recommended that we do something, and we did the first preliminary, but we didn't do the pass that down to Ms. Keisha. So that's available for public record or for the record regarding that ingress, that egress there, and working with that back since I can record officially 2017. That is why I felt that it would be an idea to close that, and you'll see it there, close that access. All right, so do we have, and excuse me for interrupting, Mr. Doug, you want to speak in opposition of the proposed project? Okay, please come forward and state your name.
Name is Douglas Dedrick.
Okay, you live out on Lighthouse Estate Road, right?
I do.
Okay.
And in fact, I'm a short-time Carrabelle resident of 25 years.
All right.
My primary residence is outside the city limits. I also own 2 pieces of property within the city limits.
Okay.
First of all, I would like to sincerely thank all the commissioners, and especially Madam Mayor, you, Brenda, for your time, your service, your dedication, your perseverance, not only in this issue, but everything that you do to make sure that Carrabelle is just a nice, safe place to live. And I appreciate that, and I know that that probably speaks for many of us. Carrabelle is unique. We all know that. Carrabelle is unique not only for the things that it offers, but it's extremely unique for the things it doesn't offer, which frankly is what attracts a lot of people to Carrabelle, is the things it doesn't offer, which we know what we're talking about, the large city things and so forth. Tourism, is Florida's largest commodity, has been for many years, and just about every coastal town in America requires tourism, as its income. So it's important to keep in mind. Anyhow, and Carrabelle's going to be developed. That's That's a well-known fact. It's not whether or not it's going to be developed, but it's how we allow it to be developed into the future. And everything that's been said, at the very least, like was said, implementing an aesthetic zoning ordinance will be so important in the future so that we don't have to do what we've had to do for the last year and a half. Regardless of what happens here legally, so on and so forth, it's so important to realize that this is just one occurrence of what's going to happen in the next 2, 3, 5, 10 years when the entire riverfront is going to be developed. Aesthetic zoning that was mentioned, that's key. It happens all over the country, especially out west, like these pictures that were just produced. It can be done, and it can be compromised that way. And I think if that's put into place, we will avoid a lot of what we've seen here. Things like the murals. A couple of murals have recently gone up in Carrabelle. Super idea. Anytime a large structure, a large building is put up with no windows, it's just a large metal facade, making sure that a mural's put on that. Things like that. Anyhow, that's really all I have to say. But again, thank you for your time, you guys. It is the dedication and the perseverance that really makes this place good to be.
Okay.
All right.
All right, thank you, Mr. Doug. Do the commissioners have comments or questions to Doug Dietrich?
No.
All right, thank you, and the commissioners, for the record, have indicated no. All right, then, is there any other comments, public comments opposing the project? Do we have any other public comments opposing this proposed project? One more time. Any other public comments opposing the proposed project, please? All right, we thank you. Now let me turn to the attorney.
Okay, now is the opportunity. We're going to go through again each of the categories of folks here, and it'll be your opportunity to counter something that you've heard previously. Also, if you have a question regarding that you would like to direct of something you've heard to one of the staff folks, myself, engineers, witnesses, for all the witnesses that have spoken, this is your time to present that question, and it should be relevant to the application, but that'll be up to the mayor to decide relevancy if someone has a problem with it. But the first up is the applicant.
Okay, should we take a break? Can I, okay, okay, so, all right. Is it all right with the audience then if we take a break? Okay, is it all right with the commission if we take a break? Maybe 10 minutes or 15? What would y'all like? 5? Okay, all right, then a 5-minute break. Okay, good evening. I'm reconvening this meeting once again. Sabrina, oh, excuse me, I'm not going to convene. I'll wait
thought
just a
she just
moment more.
walked in.
Our commissioner, one commissioner is missing.
There she is.
Okay.
Come on, Sabrina.
It's about time.
Okay. All right, I convene the City Commission meeting May 5th, 2022 in the Carrabelle City Chambers, once again. So, Mr. Hartman, you said this is a time for rebuttal? Yes. And that would be the applicant's rebuttal goes first?
Correct.
Okay, then. And just state your name again for the record, sir.
Thank you. It's Dustin Looper with Twin Rivers Capital. So I'm going to start, I'm going to go in order of the opposition and the comments that I wrote down and just kind of work my way through them in an orderly fashion. Stop me at any time. I tend to talk fast and motor through, so be sure to holler if you want me to stop and explain something. If we get onto a subject like the REA or the conditions, anything like that, just stop me and we can sidebar. Feel free. Don't let me just plow on through by all means.
Okay, and take your time, too.
Okay.
All right.
So, first I want to address when Mr. Waldeck and Mr. Jones were up here regarding the 5 applications, and this being the last one that was approved. And that is typically the way that this goes. There are iterations. We probably have 15 site plans that have been done on this, and then of actual reports that get submitted for review and comment and then resubmission. This project, we got the approval at our 5th application. That is normal process for real estate development, especially when it's a site like this, which we agree is not normal. It's not that it can't be done. We are standing on the shoulders of our engineers that do work in this county, that have a reputation to protect in this county at the same time, as well as your own city's engineer who has approved the report or given the recommendation for approval. We are not standing on the shoulders of an engineer who, in his own words, gave this a cursory review, who is not responsible for this property. And though he does have a good resume, as do I, as does our 2 engineers, and I'm sure Mr. Russell does as well, the fact of the matter is, if an engineer, and I said this last time, if an engineer comes to me and says I gave it a cursory review, and here's my comments, I am not going to put a lot of weight into that. I'm going to lean on my engineer that did a complete work. I would probably tell him to go back to his desk and complete the work and then give me his full comments. Because like we said last time, a site plan works together, and when it doesn't, if you haven't had time or if you don't put in the time to review it thoroughly, it's understandably, you're probably not going to be able to come to a good conclusion, except for have a list of things that you still need to figure out. We at Twin Rivers and your city have relied on the work that has been thorough and reviewed multiple times to its complete nature, not at a cursory review, like Mr. Jones stated he did in his letter from April 18th. To address the 180-day issue, we did that last time. Mr. Ian brought it up. Mr. Waldrick brought it up again. The project didn't go stale. There was submission, review. That's what preliminary plans are for. Preliminary plans are never stamped and we're on our way and building a building. We go back and forth. We get knowledge, local knowledge from the local engineer that knows the land. So we adapt, and that way we get to a successful development, which again, we've done over 100 in the past 20 years, and I've never had a failure like is being suggested here. The flooding, so using a term like cereal bowl and putting cereal in it, I can imagine the visual that creates, and bringing the whole site up 16 to 16 feet. That was said in that back in that testimony or question and answer with Mr. Waldeck and Mr. Jones, and also the vertical height of the building pad. And I think Ms. Woodcock said it, that in my previous meeting, I said it would be about level with the street, which is accurate. I think Mr. Jones stated a few feet, and I remind you that building is going to be 100 feet away from the street. So this isn't going to be a building 7 feet off the sidewalk like it was made to sound like. So that's that. Yeah, so a few feet. And then, you know, I've seen these tactics where you can use a regional map, a flood map, to look at this big area, and you say, right here's a low spot, you know, where he had the green and the red. Well, that's great, but the whole town, I mean, my house is in a floodplain. We build in floodplains. We just have to account for it and do it properly, because we, nor our customer, which is our bread and butter, this particular customer is our bread and butter, can afford to fail. If it looks like that this building is not going to perform the way that our engineers say, we will simply walk away, as will our customer, Family Dollar, Dollar Tree, a Fortune 150 company that's 50 years old. So it's not something we're trying to skirt or skate around. We have to make sure it's going to work, and we're not going to do anything until we know or have as much confidence as we possibly can, and then sourcing our 20 years and team that we know that we can perform. Okay, I think down to here. So he was using the term verify, which is a real word. I don't need to use air quotes. Verified the compensatory volume. When an engineer verifies the volume, I must take his word for it that, you know, the licensed professional engineer, if he states something in the report, I don't know. I don't know if there needs to be an even longer appendix of everything that an engineer must know, but it has been accounted for. The compensatory volume has been verified by our engineer. The lack of recognition, it's not a lack of recognition. We're leaning on our professional engineer to, you know, we're trusting that he's not willfully lying to us, which we have to believe is the case. The other thing was digging a hole in the back. It's not a hole. That is the compensatory volume area in back of the site. So there's a pond that's going to be not towards the front, but on the side. And then the back of the site plan, it kind of looks like a pond on the drawing. It's not a hole, but it's essentially an area where we're taking earth out to make sure that our pre- and post-development numbers work in favor of stormwater runoff. Okay, so that's it for that. Water break. Okay, so Ms. Woodcock, just a few clarifications. She was sworn in some fashion by Ian as a expert, land use expert. Something about 6,000 to 8,000 square feet. All the buildings we build now for Family Dollar, Dollar Tree, typically are 10,500 square feet. They have old formats, so they'll do a lease. We'll do ones that are 20,000 square feet. It just depends. 99% of them now are 10,500 square feet. We have our plans. We do know what is going on the site because it is on the plan. She referenced when I said, I just want to clarify, when I said we don't lose, that last time was in reference to getting out-engineered. I believe that per the original per Vision Carrabelle's original pushback, and the fact that it just says no Family Dollar right on their Facebook page, that's their cover profile, that's not a we're looking out for the floodplain, that's a we don't like Family Dollar organization. For all intents and purposes, you look at the comments, you look at their profile picture, it's a no Family Dollar organization for all intents and purposes. Ms. Woodcock and others last time were grasping at these technical straws where it's, you know, you can't deny a use because it's property owners have rights, and we've covered that. So they're grasping at these technical issues and have hired the engineer to what I call, they're incomplete comments that to me and others that aren't engineers might find, you know, scary, like filling up a cereal bowl. You know, that's an odd way to look at it, but it gives you this visual of saying, that's not good, we don't want that. So the comment on we don't lose is we don't get out-engineered. We know this site can handle this 2+ acre site can handle a 10,000 square foot building and the parking. We know it. Our engineers, your engineers say so. We are very confident. So when I said we do not lose, I meant we do not get out engineered. We're not going to fail because of that reason. We lose plenty of deals, trust me. It's not a 100% game. It's more like a 10% game because of our client for the most part. So the post office lease, that the exhibit to this would be an amendment to their lease, Ms. Woodcock. It wouldn't be in the existing lease because this has not happened yet. So that's that. So those things, you know, they may be experts in their own field, but in real estate development, whether it's because of an incomplete review or because of just lack of real estate development experience, I don't consider them experts in this particular project like our engineers are. Last comment, just to clarify, our engineer on site, I said as needed. I will be here, our contractor will be here. Anybody who needs to be where they need to be to have a successful project will be there. That's how we've been successful. And if there's any questions on any of the conditions or anything of that nature, please fire away.
Do we have questions?
No question.
Okay. I just want to, because they've written about it so many times that an engineer needs to be on site. And through my years here, we've done a lot of projects, mostly road projects, and engineers are overseeing, and they come on site periodically, usually generally once a week, and check the project. I mean, is that what we can expect?
I don't know the
Something like
exact
that?
schedule, but yes. Yes, the engineer will be on site as the project needs. We build a lot of these. In this site in particular, we have 2 engineers. We have our engineer who does these, who's been doing these for a long time, and we hired local Dewberry because they have such expertise in this particular subject matter in this particular county. So yes, they will be on site whenever they are needed to. Whenever it's necessary, they will be there.
Okay, and this, as I have said before, in the event that it's approved, this is proposed.
Correct.
So then, Mr. Lewis Christie brought up us, I don't know if he shared it with you, a picture of a nice-looking McDonald's, and it's got brick facade all around. And did I hear you say brick earlier?
I believe the code calls for brick on this building, just like the Dollar General. Like that is upgraded from their standard. It's not a metal shell building.
Okay, but will it have brick all over it, or just like
I believe it's wrapped all the way around.
an axe? Oh, so we don't know that for sure. And when you say wrapped all the way around, I mean from top to bottom, or what do you?
I can get you a rendering to show you exactly what it'll look like. But I believe it is wrapped in brick.
Okay,
Sometimes we have a split face where it's a little stucco material and brick and vice versa, so there's...
Okay. Mr. Commissioner Millender, did you have a question?
Not a question, just a comment to follow up on that.
I see that.
I remember in the beginning of this project, this same subject came up, and there was some discussion at that time about the exterior appearance, and I don't know where it went. But we've already plowed that ground once before, but I just don't know where it went.
And I don't
and
either,
what the
really.
final was on it.
I have seen a lovely Family Dollar building down in South Florida. It was all brick. It was, just lovely. It would have made a lovely restaurant.
Yeah, we built them of all. We did one in Charleston. I mean, it has a pitched roof and a cupola on top of it. I mean,
Am I speaking my opinion? Don't let me get in trouble here.
They're all... Well, we adhere to code. I think there's a historic district code that we're adhering to, so it'll meet all the required regulations.
Sorry, go ahead.
Just one last comment. He offered to send a picture of the exterior. I'd like to see that.
Can you send it like now?
If any of my teammates are watching, I will get it.
The technology, the technology.
Yeah, I will try.
Okay.
And my point on this, because this did come up, over a year ago, is it is not necessarily in our code to require it.
Correct.
However, as a good member of the community sort of thing, we were talking about it, right? And if Mr. Looper commits to something, if we can see something here, and he commits to it, that is something you'd want to include in any sort of decision that's made tonight, so that everybody's on the same page there. Doesn't get left behind if that's the direction it goes, as a condition. But then, obviously, the applicant has to be willing to, it's above and beyond. It's not necessarily something we require. Correct.
I'll have to check. There's no way for me to commit to something like that. But let me check what we have. But it's definitely the code. And if there was, it might be, if there's anything that was upgraded that was agreed to, I'm not aware of it at this time, but I can't commit in a spur of the moment a different facades range and, by $100,000. So it's something we have to figure out. But we will definitely beat the code.
All right, do the commissioners have questions for Mr. Looper? Just one moment. Whatever. Yeah, okay, and certainly in a moment. Okay, then I think that's it for now. So we'll go to private counsel, Mr. Hartman, is that correct? Staff rebuttal.
Sorry, staff's rebuttal if there is any. Wasn't too many arrows thrown at staff yet.
Mr. Large.
Okay. I'll take these as I wrote them down as well. Regarding the self-certification document, that is the applicant's engineer submits that through the DEP website. They're asserting that they meet the code, they meet the stormwater rule. It's a self-certification. They attest that they are meeting that rule. They did provide that certification to us, and I did check with Charles Carroll in the DEP office, and it appears to me that that was done correctly. I'll address the comment related to tailwater. In the applicant's report, they did provide a tailwater condition that they used, which is the highest historic crest measured at elevation 5.94. That's at the Crooked River Station. That's the highest level measured at the river. That is the level that they used for their tailwater condition.
What is that word, tailwater?
It's the elevation of the water that your system is discharging into. So, and that is an important element of the stormwater analysis. Obviously, if it's higher, it would impact your stormwater facility performance. So that was addressed in their report. Regarding the compensating volume, the applicant did provide stage storage information. That means an elevation and a storage value. So they took the existing storage of the cereal bowl, as Mr. Jones described it, and calculated the volume of that existing cereal bowl, and it is a bowl today. And in the post condition, they also provided stage storage information within a similar cereal bowl reconfigured, and they provided compensating volume for the fill. In other words, in the post-development condition, there's more volume in the cereal bowl than in the pre-development condition. They did present those calculations in their report. Regarding the traffic study, this is a DOT facility that they are making a connection to, Highway 98. We deferred that requirement to DOT since it's their roadway. So we did not require a traffic study we deferred that to the Department of Transportation. Okay, I believe that concludes my comments.
Oh, do the commissioners have questions for Mr. Large?
No. Thank you.
I'm just trying to think of, okay, I'm just trying to think if I have a question. I mean, I have been over this time and time again, and you know, if the DOT is not doing a traffic study, can the city demand that the DOT do a traffic study?
I'm not privy to DOT's decision-making in this particular process. They did approve the connection.
All right. No other questions for Mr. Large? Okay. All right, then, Mr. Hartman.
Private counsel rebuttal.
Okay, Mr. Apgar.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, if I may, I'd like to address a couple of questions to Mr. Large. Pardon me. Mr. Large, you heard Mr. Jones testify, I believe, that this site deserves extra analysis based on several factors. One of those factors he mentioned was the elevation of the site. Did the study that you reviewed from Dewberry, did that consider the elevation of the site?
Yes, it did. In their analysis, in the pre-development condition in their analysis, they did analyze the depressional storage that's in the cereal bowl. So they did consider that in their analysis. Am I answering your question?
Well, I think the question was about, was the elevation of the site properly considered in the Dewberry report?
I would say yes, generally yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Jones also mentioned that the history of flooding should have been taken into consideration. Did the Dewberry report consider the history of flooding?
In terms of their analysis of the existing depressional storage on the site, they did analyze that.
And did anything you heard tonight, change the opinion that you rendered that the Dewberry report is professionally acceptable and meets the city's code requirements?
No.
Thank you.
Let me ask these commissioners if they have a question for Mr. Apgar.
No.
Okay. That's all right. And let the record be noted then that they all say no, one way or the other, with the nods of the heads. Okay, Mr. Waldick, private counsel rebuttal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome.
I've just got a few brief comments to make. I would like to address the applicant's assertion that, at least at the P&Z hearing, that we were grasping at technical straws. Those grasps at technical straws, as he put it, did result in additional conditions of approval that the city engineer did recommend and that the Planning and Zoning Board did ultimately recommend. He said that they've got 2 engineers working on it and they didn't bring either of them here. We're concerned effectively that the Dewberry report that they've got, I've got the language here. It said that verification of the 100-year compensation was provided to Dewberry by W. Russell Folsom, P.E. But it doesn't actually include the verification that the report says was provided to the engineer. And additionally, Mr. Folsom's, the bit of the site plan where he does include a table of compensation values, it doesn't actually say that he verified any of those values. So, additionally, if the, we would ask that the commission deny this application based on the testimony and information that we've provided. But if it is inclined to attach any conditions, though, and approve, we would recommend, or we would request, rather, that, that the city, the city was talking about renderings of the potential facade of the building. We would request that the city actually see those before approving. So that concludes my comments. I'm happy to answer any questions if anybody on the commission has some.
Does anyone have questions then, right now, for Mr. Waldick?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Hartman, that is our
Last but not
private
least,
counsel.
public rebuttal.
Yes, so now we get to come again to the public, and we want to hear rebuttal from the supporting public. Do we have any rebuttal from the people that are supporting the project? Mr. Pedrick, if you'd like to speak.
Sure.
Would you like to speak, Mr. Pedrick? Okay. All right, go ahead then.
Thank you, sorry. Vance Pedrick. I just have a not supported or not supporting, but I do have some questions that wasn't answered. And Twin River is a developer, so, and this application is being for the Family Dollar / Dollar Tree.
All right, let me just ask the attorney, are you wanting to like,
No, you can ask the question if you choose. I'm just,
but do you want to ask the developer?
if that's allowed, or I can ask you.
It is allowed. He
Okay,
can
then
ask, he
proceed,
can ask
proceed.
questions just
Please
like Mr.
proceed.
So there was a
Ackford did.
comment that you are a developer and anything could wind up in this building. Do y'all have a contract for Family Dollar and Dollar Tree to take over the building? Is that why it's being built? Or could it change?
No, we will not go forward without, they are our tenant.
Yes, we probably need you to speak in the record and start over.
Sure.
Thank you.
The answer is no, we are building the building because they have committed.
But if they decommit and this gets approved and they decommit for some reason, it can go somewhere else. To somebody else.
We will not be building the building if Family Dollar Tree does not commit, if they withdraw. But, so, does that answer your question?
It does.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. That was just a question. Also, another question, and I know it was wrote but not rebutted. And I'm going to ask you, Russ, pick your brain for a minute. How high is the building coming up to?
Elevation 16 and I think it's 16.2 roughly, 2/10.
Roger. And the low parking lot, how low is that? Right there at the post office.
The parking lot is around elevation 9.
So in your professional opinion, after you've studied all these, is there enough storm drainage and storage to adequately keep the adjacent areas from flooding?
I would say, I would answer that by saying, based on my review of the information, and please understand, I did not conduct the analysis. The applicant's engineer conducted the analysis. We reviewed it, so I would say based on my review, yes.
Unfortunately, I didn't get asked that at the P&Z because their engineer wasn't there.
Right.
So, sorry, I'm catching you now.
Right.
There was mention of the, lack of a better word, second retention pond out back. I know it's getting lowered and all that, but that being done by a different engineer, and that their engineer that said the no adjacent effect clause, they would not be held liable.
Okay, that's a good question. So I'll attempt to answer that. The compensating volume, the stage storage information was tabulated in the plans. Those plans were signed and sealed by Mr. Folsom. Okay. The no impact statement was provided by Dewberry's engineer. So they used the information from Mr. Folsom to provide the no impact analysis. And my comment to Dewberry when I asked for a signed and sealed document to that effect was that it's their responsibility to provide who is in responsible charge. That's a legal term by Florida board rules. The person in responsible charge needs to sign and seal that document. So he's attesting that he is in responsible charge of that information.
So 100%, if there is an adverse effect, they will be held accountable no matter who did the calculations on the pond.
Dewberry will be held accountable.
Roger that.
So I have a question here then. Dewberry, this fellow that we've seen his signature, Mr. Baxley.
Yes.
He has signed and sealed the engineering plans.
No, well.
Go ahead.
Ultimately, a gentleman named Chris Short signed and sealed the document with Dewberry.
With Dewberry.
Yes.
So Mr. Short and Dewberry would be ultimately responsible.
That's right. It's his license.
Thank you, Vance. Proceed.
Roger that. I have another question just because you brought it up, Mayor, and I wanted to ask you, ma'am. Everybody's complaining about the traffic right there, and you was chairman of the Traffic Safety Committee for the county, and that was back in 2017.
It was for 5 or 6 years.
Yes, ma'am, and there was a study done there.
Yes, sir.
And I know at one time we kind of redeveloped that whole corner right there because there was talks of needing a stoplight there and all because it was bad. Am I correct?
Yeah, still talking about a stoplight.
So, would moving the exit, in my opinion, is a great idea because it moves you farther away from the building. You don't have to pull out as far to get in and out, or to get out from the post office, as it's only an exit right now. I still think that topic should come back, not tonight, but maybe on the commission or board to talk about a stoplight there, because moving the exit is not going to solve the problem, because coming out of 67, you have to go way farther than the stop to see around the building that's already there. So maybe, putting that, if it gets approved, something to think about with the additional traffic and the
Stoplight
traffic
at the intersection?
of 67 and 98.
98.
Yes, ma'am. No, I probably didn't get any popular votes for that, but it needs to be addressed.
We don't want to change Carrabelle. So many don't want to change Carrabelle.
There can be I believe there can be a great balance in Carrabelle. Carrabelle is a great place to have a family atmosphere and tourists. It's just got to be done smartly. And development is part of that. But my main part for asking about who's responsible in the retention ponds and all, the citizens of Carrabelle has to be protected. So as long as we can meet all that and grow together, then the decision is y'all's. Glad I'm not up there tonight. Sorry, I chicken scratched all over my paper, so I'm making sure I asked all my questions. I'm probably over my 3 minutes.
Yes, you are.
Sorry about that. All right, I'm good, Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you,
all
ma'am.
right. Thank you, sir. Do we have comments supporting the project? Do we have comments supporting the project? And then I'll go one more time. Comment supporting the project. We have a Mr. Looper. Can he come forward, Mr. Hartman?
Actually, if you hold up, let's get
Okay.
the public's rebuttal.
Okay. Comment opposing the project. Okay, we need. Okay. Do we?
Sorry, it's on
Go
you,
ahead.
Madam Mayor, that they should be directed. This is not another opportunity it's to counter any information that's been given since the last time they commented, right?
Okay, and are they allowed to cross-examine?
Yes, they can ask
Okay.
questions of
All right,
witnesses.
so we need to rebut on any information that has been put forth? Do we have anyone else? Ms. Mel Kelly wants to speak.
And I'm sorry, it's going to take me a minute to stand up. I just want to ask you that. Excuse me, kids. My name is Mel Kelly, and I live in Carrabelle. And Mr. Hartman, I think you deserve a degree in legal expertise for your shepherding of this program tonight. Thank you. I'm uncertain as to where this comment belongs. My question is, I have not heard anything discussed by any of the engineering reports that have been presented that there has been consideration or a demand made for pervious parking. And I believe that pervious parking for this facility will make a huge difference in the flood effect that it may have on the city. So I request that that be considered.
I thank you very much, and when this is all over, we'll talk about it, Ms. Kelly. That could be a condition as well. Is that correct, Mr. Hartman?
Certainly during deliberation, you could inquire with the applicant, with the engineers, that sort of thing on anything else, anything you hear here tonight, because we still have, once the public's done with rebuttal, you all have to deliberate, and you can use that time to ask questions or, move ahead. Yep.
Thank you.
So, yep.
Do we have any other rebuttal? I think I see Ms. Woodcock standing up.
Suzanne Woodcock. I have a couple. First one is for Mr. Luber to clarify. And in the record, if you look at the renderings that were provided by Twin Rivers early on, were a large metal building, and there were a lot of questions about that, and people had concerns that it looked like a big warehouse. And at the time, they were asked if they could do some of the aesthetic things, and the answer from Twin Rivers, and the record, I believe, will reflect this, was that we have limitations in the cost, and what you see is what we could do at that time. And they had quite a few renderings that they presented during one of the meetings. The other question I wanted to clarify, Mr. Luper, if I could ask a question, is you indicated that you would not go forward if Family Dollar decommitted, but is it not correct that you could build this building and it could be an Amazon storage facility or some other warehouse or anything that you could still, as you do in other cities, that you build these kind of buildings?
Okay, yes, please.
So just our particular business model, we build with pre-commitments. So without a commitment, no building. But by right, this property is zoned for the building as we've designed it to do what the occupant is planning to do. So if you want to open a shop in a building that is this size and designed exactly like this, you have the right, per your code and your local zoning laws, to do just that. So the answer to your question is yes, but we are not going to build this building on a speculative nature. We're building it for a specific occupier.
Okay. Then the last thing that I wanted to mention is the mayor, you had brought up during the testimony, you had talked about the safety and the issue of the parking lot, and you'd had a lot of meetings with DOT and...
No, I did not say I had a lot of meetings with DOT. I said that I submitted a request on what we could do, what the city could do to help that location, because we had so many people coming in the wrong way. A lot of them want to come in and see the little police station there.
Okay, so...
but I did meet with the DOT representatives. Part of that Franklin County Community Traffic Safety Team included the District 3 Traffic Safety Specialist and the District 3 engineer, traffic and pedestrian engineer specialist.
Okay, that's what I meant. I meant during the course of your meetings in that role. One of the things in your ex parte communication, but we had seen this previously, and you had raised with Mo Collins early on, is the issue of getting the additional 30 feet behind the post office so the post office trucks could go around the building.
I did not speak with Mo Collins about that.
You did not?
No, I did not.
Okay. So that was in the diagram that you met with Russell on site, and
Russell and I did not have a diagram on site.
You didn't have a diagram?
No, we did
You just had
not.
a discussion? Okay. So that discussion, that at the time, and I commend you for that, you recognized that there was an issue of safety of the post office parking lot and that something needed to be addressed. And somehow, I think that was a great presentation and a great idea to address the issues, the current issues in the post office parking lot and the inability of the trucks and the cars to traverse that safely. And what happened to, and I think you already stated that, you don't know what happened to that idea. Do you know what happened to that idea?
We put up the signage as the DOT suggested, and I brought the project up. The DOT suggested to close that to 15 feet. And I brought that up. The city would not have money for that. I brought it up at the CRA board. And at that time, we had another project that we were working on that was consuming the funding.
Okay. When you say close what to 15 feet,
That
could you clarify?
access.
To close that?
If you would get your public records request, you'll see it right there.
Okay.
I'm not going to continue to be cross-examined on this one.
Okay. Okay. So my issue is not to do the access, is the road behind, to have the additional 15 or 30 feet behind the post office so the cars or trucks could come in and go behind that.
That was an idea of mine. I come up with bright ideas
Yes.
sometimes. I call them harebrained ideas, but I'm not going to continue to be cross-examined on it. We're not discussing that now.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes.
with regard to that question, I would allow Ms. Woodcock to cross-examine you
All
on
right.
it.
Now, what do you want to know? She's an expert witness.
What I just trying to understand and to clarify earlier is it my understanding is that you don't know what happened to that idea. That idea was discussed and it was presented to Family Dollar, I think,
I don't
by
know.
Russell.
I have no
You don't
idea.
know.
I presented
Yes.
the idea to Mr. Russell and
Okay.
Courtney, 15 to 30 feet, right immediately north of that post office in a U-shape.
Okay.
I wrote U-shape. You
Yes.
read U-shape.
Yes, that was very clear. Then-
Okay. And I used my mouth. I did not write it down on a piece of paper. I did write an email. I'm sure you've read it.
Yes.
With the proposal, U-shaped.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Russell and Courtney, then may I ask a question? Russell, what happened with that idea? Where did you take that to Twin Rivers?
Yes, and that was some time ago. I vaguely remember having a discussion with Collins Moe about that after speaking with the mayor. And that's the last that I recall on that issue.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Did y'all have questions for Ms. Woodcock?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right, is there any other public comment? Let's let the public finish. Ms. Murray, please come forward.
Martha Murray, two quick questions of a clarification. First one's for you. Mr. Large. When there was discussion a little bit ago about so-and-so would be accountable for the stormwater, and there was which engineer said what to whom, what does held accountable mean?
Hold on. Madam Mayor, I guess I would ask for clarification. I would object to the form of the question, what she's meaning by accountable. It sounds like she's asking for a legal conclusion, so if she can clarify her question.
All right, let me try again.
Okay.
I'm trying to understand the use of the word accountable with regard to a earlier discussion about, well, what if kind of scenarios, who would be accountable? Who would be held accountable, I think is the language I heard. And I don't know what being held accountable means in this scenario.
Okay, I'll attempt to respond. If, for example, the analysis that was conducted by either Dewberry or Mr. Folsom, if their analysis is flawed in some way and it results in damage to property, then they would be held accountable for that error that they made in their calculations.
Okay, that leads me right to the question that I started with. What does they would be held accountable mean?
Well, they are licensed by the state of Florida. They would be subject to disciplinary action by the board. They would also be subject to potential private lawsuits for damage. Engineers carry liability insurance, much like a doctor would or a lawyer would. So if they make an error, then that's how they would be held accountable. So does that answer your question?
Yes, and I'm gonna ask a question so that I think I've got the answer I'm looking for, and you can agree with me or not. So if this plan may have some flaws, and down come the rains, up comes the water, and this engineer made a mistake or whatever, the held accountable is after the damage. So it's like the held accountable is only after the fact. Is that right?
I would agree with that.
Okay. All right, thank you. The other question I have is for you, and I'm just tired and don't remember names. The developer.
She's referring to Mr. Looper.
Mr. Looper, thank you. When you used the term, you were talking about commitment from the tenant, also, Family Dollar Tree. You used the word commitment, and that you wouldn't go forward if they didn't commit. How is commitment defined? Is that a 1-year lease, a 5-year lease, a till we get tired of? What does commitment mean?
It's a written binding commitment.
Does it have a length of time?
Yes.
And how long is that?
10 years with 5 options to renew that lease for a period of 5 years.
Thank you. That's exactly what I was wondering. That's all from me for the night. Questions?
Do you all have questions or comments for Miss Murray?
No.
Okie dokie. Let the record show that the commissioners indicate no, they have no comments for Miss Murray. Now we have Miss Kathleen.
Kathleen Oman, just going to have a short question. When you fill in the bowl, if you put it to a certain height, will it affect the buildings west of the store, of the parking lot of the store? Like the man and the library are right there. Would they have any effect if there's major flooding?
Okay, the footprint of the building is at that elevation 16.2. The site around the building is lower than that. So the site as it adjoins the adjacent property would be at the same level as the adjacent property. Am I answering your question?
So if when the water, say the water comes off and it heads west, what keeps it from flooding the library or the next building over?
I see.
Land.
Right, by virtue of them providing the compensating volume, so that, in other words, they excavated additional volume on the site to compensate for the fill that was placed on the site. By virtue of providing that, that's the reasonable assurance that we have that adjacent property would not result in flooding. Additionally, the engineer provided a signed and sealed no adverse impact statement to that effect.
And if the worst happens, he's accountable.
Yes.
Thank you. Do we have any comments for Ms. Kathleen or questions? Okay, thank you, Ms. Kathleen, and let the record show that the commissioners indicated they have no comment. Is there any more public rebuttal or public technical questions to the applicant or to our staff here, or to the private counsel? Any more public rebuttal to staff or private counsel?
Madam Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Looper sent to staff, this is a elevation picture,
right.
but essentially the exterior, the proposed exterior of
Okay.
the building, and he can probably explain it.
Okay.
Since it's black and white.
Now I'm going to ask for something a little bit different. If Mr. Looper could use the pointer that's over here and come behind, a little bit behind Mr. Hartman, or either yes, this would be wonderful. Thank you. Is that okay with you, Mr. Looper?
Sure is.
Okay.
Okay, so just to get the elevation, this is a painted block, like a textured block down here. It's kind of like the Dollar General is, and then you have it's called a split block ethos, but it's more of like a stucco type of material that fits the area. It will be painted Sherwin-Williams taupe and beige.
Okay, Mr. Hartman, hold the microphone up there for him. So. Okay.
I will be painted a Sherwin-Williams taupe and beige. You can see the different textures it has on it. So that is the elevation of this facility. It's an upgraded, it's not the metal rural shell that you see, in other types of areas. This does meet the code that is required here, this upgraded facade, and it wraps around the building.
Okay, what then is that on the top?
So it's just you're talking about the raised area?
Yeah, well, yes, sir. What is that?
Right here?
Yes.
That is paint. So they do different colors for those particular stripes, different red or greens that are just on those particular areas. And then this is usually like a white or an off-white. And then this is just a raised architectural detail for the upgraded facade. And all this meets code.
Now, what do the sides look like?
If you zoom out, who's got this? So the same brick block that goes all the way down the side. And then, so this is a side elevation here. And then the rear elevation up there and back.
So will we see metal?
No, just the door frame, and everything will be a split block ethos is what it's called.
Like metal siding?
No, no. So I just wanted to.
Let me ask the commissioners, do y'all have questions? No. Okay, does anyone have questions? Mr. Vance, do you have questions?
No, it's just going to be all, is that brick or block?
Block.
So it's just going to be all block except for the front door frames. It'll be metal.
And there's the ethos area where it's a slightly different material, yeah.
Right, but it's not a metal can.
No, definitely not. I think the requirements of the historic district require the upgraded building.
Not brick.
Not brick, no.
Okay. Do you have any other, let me ask Mr. Hartman. So we've had public rebuttal. I've called it 3 times, and I'll call it 4 times. Any other public rebuttal? All right, then now it's time on my list, on my schedule, for commission deliberation and to make a decision. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can we, okay, now the way I'm understanding it is that the members of the commission, now during our deliberation, we can call on the applicant, and we can call on staff, and we can call on the public to answer any questions for us. Is that correct?
Correct.
And members of the board, you know, we can deliberate now, or if you don't want to deliberate, or, you know, it's the pleasure of the board. Yes, please do.
Okay. So when we were talking
Turn your microphone on, I think.
Sorry.
That's okay.
So when we were talking about easements, bear with me, I'm
No problem.
tired. Did that easement, I know it obviously will include the post office, but does that also include the other 2 businesses that share that parking lot?
So the easement will be for the public from our direction, right? It's really the folks who own the Family Dollar site will agree that the public can go use that ingress, egress,
Okay.
new ingress, egress.
Okay. I think that answers it.
That's a question I had as well, and I've gone into more detail, but I don't know when I should bring it up or ask or what. This is a proposed project, correct? It's proposed at this point.
The project.
Yes, it's a
Yes,
proposed.
this project is at the site plan / preliminary plan phase, which goes through all 3 review processes.
So
we have.
when we ask about an easement, would it include, we're just trying to understand what may happen if it is approved.
Right.
Correct.
Okay, so, yes, you know, if it's approved, and I would think that this board, I'm thinking, but I can't, I'm afraid because I don't know how much I can say. But I would hope that there would be an easement agreement. And if so, I would like to see the owner of Rio Carrabelle and the owner of the Shop by the Sea, or that property ID and its heirs and assigns and whatever all of that goes behind that, included in the, if it's approved, included in the reciprocal agreement.
That's fine, but they would be included from the city side as a member of the public.
Right.
So it's not necessary, if it was 2 private parties, then I totally understand, then you have what they call shared access agreements between a series of private parties. But since we're the public, the reciprocal easement would grant to the public the right to traverse that area, and that extends to everybody, all private folks and everything else. I mean, as far as ingress and egress, like they couldn't set up shop there or anything, but
I
they
could be
can
overthinking
come and
it,
go.
but just to cover bases, wouldn't we want to include that in there just by some crazy chance the city sells that property and then it becomes privately owned, then they would have no recourse to.
The easement would be for the benefit of all successors, assigns, everything
Okay.
else. So I hear what you're saying, is if the city sold the post office site, the buyer of the post office site would have that right. And because that easement benefited, for instance, Rio Carrabelle and the adjacent property owners, that right would, they would,
Stay with it.
yes, it would stay
Okay.
with it.
Okay.
You couldn't block
And
it off.
that is, you know, if this comes to pass. And I feel like Commissioner Brown and I are both on board that we would not want anyone to be able, you know, not to be able to have access onto Highway 98. I mean, they would be blocked in, because off of Tallahassee, that is a one-way street. Or access. It's not a street. Excuse me, I used the wrong word. It's an easement, one way headed west.
Dan, is everything legal and up par?
As far as on the legal end, obviously have to go through this process, and it's what I have said at a number of hearings on this, is that if and this is a technical question, but from a legal perspective, because it is zoned the way it is for retail, if the applicant, if you determine that the applicant meets the code criteria based on competent substantial evidence, then you must approve. If you choose to disapprove it, you need to cite the reason where or the basis that they do not meet code on competent substantial evidence. So that's the legal piece of it. You've heard the technical. You have, and you can ask more questions of the engineers and that sort of thing.
I make a motion to approve.
We have talked about conditions on it. So if there's a motion to approve moving forward, you want that motion to be based on the competent substantial evidence you've heard from the witnesses, and it should include conditions that we've referenced.
The 4 conditions?
One was already met.
Really,
Yes.
the 3
Okay.
conditions, which would be reciprocal easement, the 18-inch curb and gutter, signed and sealed drawings, and if you choose to, that they honor it was A 2.0 facade rendering that they provided. But I would have any of the other commissioners ask, which you could do after a second, but you can ask any other questions, so you get it all
Okay.
out there.
All right, I beg you, first let's deal with this motion right here. And so the motion then is based on the credible and substantial evidence, is that right? Is that what is that what you're saying here?
Yes, he
It
must,
needs
I
to
mean,
be, or it
his
is?
motion to approve being based upon the
And-
evidence he's
and-
heard tonight.
And are you wanting to also add the conditions as listed by Mr. Hartman?
Yes.
And including the facade, what'd you call that, the 2.0 facade rendering?
What was
called
it?
A 2.0.
A.
A is an apple.
Okay.
Sorry, A is an apple. What he Does that say at the bottom right?
I was waiting on those, and I'll second the motion.
Okay, then. We have a motion by Commissioner Melander.
No, but
That's correct, thank you. By Commissioner Mathis, excuse me, Ms. Court Reporter. The motion is by Commissioner Mathis, and it's second by Commissioner Melander to accept the proposal based on the credible and substantial comments that have been given here, and to include the conditions of the 18-inch curb and gutter, and to provide the that curb and gutter along the southern edge of the 6 parking spaces, and to provide signed and sealed plans and the stormwater report and geotechnical report that's in accordance with the Florida Administrative Code, and to, when the time comes, to provide a reciprocal easement for use of the Family Dollar property. Is that correct, Mr. Hartman?
And the facade.
Oh, the facade, yes, also to honor the A2 facade rendering that's been presented to us here today. Is that correct, Mr. Mathis?
Yes.
Is that correct, Mr. Hartman?
That sounds correct.
Do you agree with that, Mr. Melander, Mr. Second Commissioner Melander? Thank you.
with you.
Okay, so we've got that motion and that second. Now, commissioners, we can have discussion. Okay, we can have discussion, and I am very concerned about the reciprocal easement, as is Commissioner Brown. I want to review that when the time comes, and I think Ms. Brown wants to review that as well. We want to make sure that any future, we don't know what the future holds, that any future owner of any which way, that if there's some kind of another owner of that post office property, they are included in that easement forever and perpetuity for all time, and that the owners of those 2 properties we've mentioned, all their heirs and assigns, and forever and perpetuity for all time. Is that correct, Ms. Brown?
Correct.
We had a good suggestion, pervious parking. something I brought up a long time ago, but I was shut down by a group and told not to even make any suggestions anymore, that I would be, that I was collaborating and helping to make the Family Dollar happen. So we get what we get. But do we have anything else? Anything else y'all want to talk about? They brought up the quaintness, small town charm. Do we want to talk about the facade? Or we're going to honor, the motion is to honor the facade that's presented.
I'm pleased to know that it's not going to be a big metal building. That makes me very happy.
Okay. All right. I want to ask Mr. Russell a couple of questions. You know, are there any other reports required for this project?
No.
And I know Commissioner Mathis asked it, but I want to ask it. So, would you say then that the applicant's submittal does indeed meet all of the city's land development requirements?
Yes, I would.
This is something that we may not all of us up here agree with, but we took an oath. The land development requirements are as they are. As some folks have said to me in the past, you know, people have property rights, and this is a very difficult decision for all of us, I'm sure. And you tell me when you're ready for me to call for the vote. And Mr. Hartman, do we want to go one at a time, like I understood the planning and zoning did?
I would call for a vote and then poll, just to, so Keisha can get, and the court reporter gets.
Okay, that
everybody's
they
input vote.
understand completely
Yep.
what has happened. Are we ready? Are we ready?
Yes.
All right, then. We have that motion by, as I read, or helped clarify. That motion is by Commissioner Mathis, and it's second by Commissioner Millender. Do we have any further discussion? Is there any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And any opposed?
Aye.
Okay. So we'll get it one at a time now. Commissioner Millender?
Aye.
Okay, Commissioner Mathis? Myself is aye. And nay, we have one nay. Commissioner Allen, so far. Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Okay. So we have Commissioner Millender, Commissioner Mathis, Mayor LaPaz, Commissioner Brown as a yay, and Commissioner Allen as a nay. Is that clear? Is that clear to everyone? 4-1. No questions? All right. Then the motion carries 4-1. Is there any further discussion? All right. Okay, all right, then we're going to, I'm going to adjourn this quasi-judicial hearing. I appreciate all of the civility that has gone on this evening. I thank you very much. Now we will move forward to, let me see here. I have to put all my stuff on the floor. There is no new business. There is no old business, so we will have public comment. Public comment on any item that is not on the agenda. And thank you, Chester. And thank you, and Mr. Vance and Patty's already gone. I'll say this under public comment. Thank you to the P&Z All Volunteer Board. We appreciate all the service that you do and all the work that you have done on this project, volunteer work, and the stress that it's put you under. And Chester's going to speak under public comment.
Chester Reese, Planning and Zoning Board Chairman. I was getting ready to walk out, so you turned me around.
Yeah.
The thanks goes to you guys and you guys. This has been a very difficult and divisioning project. We've worked diligently, as we should, and I want to thank you all.
And I thank you, Chester, and Patty Lee, and Vance Pedrick, and please send our regards and thanks to all of those board members when you meet with them again next month.
I certainly will.
We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I have public comment.
Thank you. Public comment, yes. Public comment, is there any public comment? Okay, thank you. Oh, God.
My name is Mel Kelly, and as much as I hate to ask you to sit for a few more minutes, I will appreciate your attention. Public comment was always important to me at the beginning because I think that the public deserves the opportunity for input. I'm sorry that this issue was not considered at a special meeting instead of a regular city commission meeting. My first item that I would like to ask you about, I sat here one day when a commissioner had passed away, and there was discussion of a memorial fund or flowers or something that was made, and I believe the amount given was $100. I think that was what was discussed, up to $100. Commissioner Richard Sands passed away April 1st. There was no request in his obituary for memorial donation or anything like that. I would like to ask the commission to approve the $100 amount that you have already approved, as I recall, and either give that amount to the benefit of the construction or reconstruction or repair or whatever for Sands Field Park, because that was done in honor of his father. And if that is not approved by the commission, then I would ask that you use that $100 to begin a charity fund for on behalf of the city, much as the sheriff has a charity fund on behalf of the county. If you do not choose to do that tonight, I understand, but I would like to make that issue a public record item. Another item I have of request, when I served in my interim position on the commission in that 6-week period, I raised the issue of a tree ordinance. I know that that was not followed through because you had other work to do, and I regret the fact that there was no ordinance done, because I think the loss of that 100-year-old oak tree on the property which has been consigned to Family Dollar in Twin Rivers is a terrible loss to the city. My third comment, I am disappointed and angry and frustrated and truly sad that you had one item on the agenda of this regularly scheduled public meeting. And I am very disappointed that the City Commission of Carrabelle had so little work to do on behalf of the citizens of Carrabelle that you only had one item on this agenda. Thank you for listening.
I think we did take up a couple of items. I think we did take a couple of items up under the attorney's report and under Ms. Courtney's report. And I think we did schedule a special meeting because it was going to be so lengthy to talk about the summer camp takeover that we couldn't do that tonight here. And that, yeah. Mm-hmm. All right, is there any other public comment Is there any other public comment? Okay, then. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Okay. All right, we have that motion by Commissioner Mathis, second by Commissioner Allen. Now, just a minute, I have a question. I want under discussion. I forgot to ask this. Has this, the quasi-judicial, has that finished now?
Yes, ma'am.
Can I speak in the public going forward on this topic?
I would,
You advise me
I would
later.
advise not to right away
Okay.
because we don't know the
Okay.
outcome here.
All right.
And
Hey, man, I'll see you later.
Okay, all in favor to adjourn?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? And that motion